Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Great to see you all again. I see we've got what is it, 400, 500 people watching, which is great. However, we only have 160 likes. Come on, what is that, guys? Do I have to do this every single time? You guys know what to do. You know the drill. Hit the like button. It helps fight the algorithm. It helps with the channel. In any case, I have a special guest for you once again. It's the one and only Scott Ritter. Scott is, of course, as you know, former Marine Corps, U.S. Marine Corps intelligence officer. He was also a United Nations weapons inspector. Honestly, his expertise in such matters is really unparalleled, in my opinion. Scott, how are you doing? It's great to have you back on the program.
Well, I'm doing great. Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Of course, it's been a month since you were last on, and that was quite the hit. Honestly, that video went quite viral. I've seen it translated into I don't know how many languages, including Russian. I think it's got millions of views in total. I had people in Kazakhstan like hitting me up and saying, like, "Hey, I saw your video. My mother saw that video," and I was like, "What? Really?" Yeah. So it went really viral. People really enjoyed it, and I wanted to bring you back on because when you and I were live, it was literally as the invasion, special operation, whatever people want to call it, was happening. And now it's been about a month since the Russians went into Ukraine. Given your expertise, I just wanted to get your take on what the situation looks like now. What are some of the predictions that you had that didn't pan out? What are some of the predictions you had that did pan out? We keep hearing from the Western press that Russia's losing. Is Russia losing, or is that wishful thinking? What do you think is happening?
Well, I mean, to be honest, we don't know. We're in the midst of an information war being waged by the United States, Ukraine, and others that has dominated the mainstream media. So we're held hostage to sort of a single river of data. The Russians don't seem to be interested in waging a counter narrative or providing a counter narrative. They seem more focused, rightfully so, if you're a Russian, on fighting the war on the ground in Ukraine rather than fighting the war in the in the war of public opinion. So right off the bat, outside observers like myself are we're prisoner to the data that we have, which requires therefore a lot of analysis, a lot of speculation. Hopefully informed speculation, but speculation nonetheless. I think when we first talked, I'll be frank, I was expecting a much more violent, rapid offensive by the Russians, because doctrinally that's what they do. Doctrinally, the Russians bring overwhelming firepower, followed by a massed assault to literally grind their opposition into nothing, and then break through and exploit the interior, et cetera, et cetera. And I was then, and I am now, of the opinion that the Ukrainian military simply can't stand up to that sort of assault. I don't know if we talked about this. Did we talk about what the Russians have come to call the Syrian approach when we talked?
No, we didn't talk about it.
All right, so. I was left scratching my head watching the Russians going soft. Now I know that Vladimir Putin and the Russian leadership said we're not at war with the Ukrainian people, that we're not at war with even the Ukrainian army, that they sought to minimize the interaction. But nonetheless, from a military perspective, I've always been taught that you fight as you train. And the Russians have been training to fight using standard Russian military doctrine. And suddenly they come into Ukraine and they're doing something completely different. And I listened to an interview that a Russian general gave to a Russian media outlet. And he talked about what he said was the Syrian approach. Now, this might come off as odd for some people, because if you listen to the mainstream media, the Syrian approach is supposedly the hammered fist, You blow Aleppo into nothing. You use
Yeah.
chemical weapons, et cetera, et cetera. But the Syrian approach, from the Russian perspective, was to negotiate a solution. If you recall, the way that the Syrian military won back its territory was to apply military pressure. But when for instance, the jihadists were surrounded, the Russians would come in and negotiate a withdrawal, and they bring in the buses, and the jihadists and their families would get on the buses, and off they go to Idlib, and everybody lived happily ever after. So the Syrian approach that the Russian general spoke of was that Russia would seek to negotiate their way through Ukrainian towns, villages, even cities, talking to the mayors and telling them to stand down, that Russia has no intention of occupying your territory, that Russia simply wants to implement its special military operation and denazify and demilitarize Ukraine. Now, denazification, of course, it's violent. So the Russians weren't going to give the Syrian approach to the Azov battalion or others. They were going to die violently or surrender and be brought to justice. Demilitarization, from the Russian perspective, was asking the Ukrainian military to stay in their barracks and allow Russia to dismantle what Russia viewed as a NATO proxy, which is what the Ukrainian military had become, a de facto NATO proxy. And then, as we have learned, again, this is reading between the lines, but that the Russian leadership is unhappy with some senior FSB generals who were responsible for preparing the battlefield, so to speak. These are the guys who, before the military came in, were tasked with going in and liaison with these civilian mayors and such, and getting assurances, even liaisoning with Ukrainian military and getting assurances that they would indeed stand down and let the Russians come through. And the Russian military came in very soft. They sent in lightly armed forces who did, probing, moving through areas, et cetera. And then they got ambushed. They got hammered. They got slaughtered. And even then, the Russians didn't come in hard. The Russians regrouped, and then the Russians carried out a very methodical advance on a very, measured pace. It's a pace, by the way, that's still more rapid than had occurred during the Second World War. If you study the major battles of the Second World War between Germany and the Soviet Union, the early days, 1941, the Blitzkrieg, and then later the battles of annihilation that were waged in maneuver between 1943 and 1944, the Russian army today, in many cases, was advancing at a pace greater than either of those. I mean, because the reality of modern war is it's dangerous, it's bloody, it's difficult, and we should never minimize the capability of the Ukrainian military. They're going to lose this war. There's just there's no debate about it. They cannot win. But that doesn't mean that they roll over and play dead. They're putting up one hell of a fight. One that I think many people, including myself, were surprised, and we shouldn't have been, because this is a military that had been trained since 2015 to fight to NATO standards.
Right.
And they had received very good equipment. They have highly motivated soldiers. They have great leadership. They have good communications. And they're defending on their home territory. True. So, all things said, there's a lot of advantages that go. They also are operating at an extreme numerical advantage. Normally, when you attack, you want to attack with a 3-to-1 advantage. So for every one defender, I need 3 attackers.
It's the other way around.
The Russians are coming in backwards. They're coming in for every 3 defenders, there's 1 Russian.
Right.
And so how do you deal with this if you're Russia? How do you and it became obvious early on how they were going to deal with it. First of all, you don't get bogged down in city fighting. Why? Because cities suck in forces. Take a look at the lesson of Stalingrad from the German perspective. So 1942, the Germans fight some early battles around Kiev and Izium, by the way,
Right.
and they fought off a Soviet counterattack, and then they launched this battle of maneuver where they're pushing the Soviets back, and they come to Stalingrad, and the smart move would have been to bypass Stalingrad, leave it alone, surround it, and keep going. But instead, they decided they were going to capture and seize it. They tried a coup d'etat. It didn't work. Then they had to grind their way through, and it literally sucked all the forces in. And if you study the German disposition by the end of 1942, you're seeing that the vast majority, the Sixth Army, is all in Stalingrad. You can't do that with 200,000 troops that the Russians had, because literally one fight for one city would take 200,000 troops, take all your troops. So, but you also have to shape the battle. How do you shape the battle so that you are the one bringing the initiative against 600,000 defenders? And you do this through maneuver warfare. And this is where the Russians have the advantage. I mean, let's talk. I mean, what am I talking about when I say maneuver warfare? If you go back and study Napoleonic warfare, I mean, if people want to read a book, I would recommend reading Jomini's The Art of War. It's about Napoleonic warfare. And you're saying, well, why is Napoleonic warfare relevant today? Because concepts come out. For instance, the concept of maneuver, not armored maneuver, but maneuver. You have a feint. So you're going to do a feint here to get the enemy to react. You're going to do a diversionary attack here to get the enemy to commit. You're going to do a fixing attack in the center to hold the enemy in place. You are going to outflank the enemy. I mean, these are Napoleonic concepts that exist to this day. You want to read another book, read Little Hart's The Strategy of the Indirect Attack. It's basically taking Jomini's Art of War up through World War II. And now we talk about tanks and airplanes. And we talk about, rather than doing the frontal assault, you do the indirect attack. You come where the enemy's not expecting you, forcing them to react to you, maximizing your military force. And the modern day application of this from the American perspective was the Gulf War, a Desert Storm, right. The war that I was involved in. And you take a look at the concepts. We did an amphibious feint. We put 5th Marine Amphibious Brigade off the coast of Kuwait, and we fixed a dozen Iraqi divisions in place. They couldn't move because they were afraid that we're going to come in on a shore. We used 2 Marine divisions to launch a fixing attack along the Kuwaiti-Saudi border to hold the majority of the Iraqi army in place. We did a feint up the Wadi al-Batin by 1st Cavalry Division to hold the Republican Guard in place, freeze them, while the main effort did the big hook, outflanked them, rolled them up, and won the war. And we all sat there and went, wow, Americans are really clever. And we are. We know how to fight war. That's what we did. We study it. Well, you know who's also very clever? The Russians. You know, they actually invented many of these modern concepts when they fought the Germans. They understand this very well. They study it. They teach it. They practice it over and over again. So we shouldn't be shocked to find out that their war plan in Ukraine is actually sort of the modern epitome of maneuver warfare concepts. For instance, how do you get the Ukrainian government to keep 100,000 troops fixed in Kiev and divert their reinforcements, their reserves that are in Western Ukraine to Kiev? How do you do that? You send 40,000 guys running down from Belarusia, you put some airborne troops in the airports near Kiev, and you force Ukrainians to react and respond. And believe me, these fights aren't easy. The Russians lost a lot of guys, but they achieved their strategic objective of holding the Ukrainians in place, forcing the Ukrainians to focus on this as a major battle. For them, it was. They don't want their capital to fall. But realistically speaking, are 40,000 troops really going to capture a city of 3.1 million? No. But they threatened it. The Ukrainians responded. What else do they do? You need to have the ability to maneuver. And so when you have forces in Crimea and then forces coming out of the Russian area near the Donbass, you have Mariupol and an entire Azov Sea coast controlled by the Ukrainians. So your forces are split. You never want your forces split. So you need to create a land bridge that connects them. And that was one of the first things the Russians did, is run up the coast, come down the Donbass. There's Mariupol, the one city where the Russians have fought. And how many troops did they commit to this? Mariupol took about 50,000 Russian troops,
Right.
because they were fighting anywhere between 15 and 20,000 Ukrainians. So it's a major battle in Mariupol that destroyed the city, by the way. It's very tragic, it's awful fighting. But that's the city they fought for. They're not fighting for any other city. Kharkiv, again, they threatened it not to take it. They're hitting the flanks, forcing, there it is, forcing the Ukrainians to divert forces to there. But the majority of the Ukrainian army is in the Donbass, between what you see, Luhansk and Donetsk to the west there. The majority of the Ukrainian army, about 120,000 of their best troops, are right there. And the Donetsk and Luhansk militias have fixed them in place and ground them back in a very bloody fight, but it held them in place. Now, in the meantime, the Russians are carrying out in-depth attacks. They're destroying the fuel, the ammunition, the communications, and they're grinding down.
Do you feel it's targeted? Because you know, as you said, they've been kind of reserved in their attacks. You expected them to grind down the Ukrainians when they came in, like they usually do. But do you feel that they've been kind of more, you know, picking their targets more carefully, just focusing on military things?
Very precise targeting, because one of their underlying objectives is to minimize civilian casualties, what I'll get to in a second, and to minimize damage to civilian infrastructure. And so they've been very targeted on this. You know, they blow up the fuel depots, they blow up the ammunition, they blow up some barracks, they blow up. You know what they're not blowing up? Trains. I mean, look at CNN. We got, you know, every day we get the wonderful story of people leaving Kiev on a train to Lvov. I will tell you that if I was a strategic air planner, the trains would have been blown up on day one, because I don't want mobility. I would have blown up every bridge in Ukraine so they can't move, the Ukrainians can't move their forces. I would have blown up their highways so they can't move their forces. They'd have to divert off the highways. None of this is happening. None of this is happening. The Russians are ceding some operational advantages to the Ukrainians because they don't want to destroy the infrastructure. Yes, they have blown up defense industries, but that came after the Ukrainians decided to fight, not before. It's a secondary objective. But what's happened now is that the Ukrainians have lost the ability to fight a coordinated, cohesive battle. Their major brigade, they had 24 brigade-sized mobile formations. Those have all lost the ability to function as a brigade. They've been broken down into components, forces, and right now they're defending in place, but they can't maneuver. They don't have any gas. You know what you call a tank that doesn't have any fuel? It's a coffin. You know what do you call an artillery piece with no ammunition? A grave. And you know what you call a soldier who's hungry, tired, and thirsty? Either dead or a prisoner. And this is what's going to happen, because that's what the objective of the Russians has been all along. Now that they've shaped the battle, controlled the battle, they don't need to threaten Kiev anymore. They have the Ukrainians up there trapped. The Russians are now pulling out their best offensive units and bringing them back down, and they're going to start punching down near Kharkiv, punching down south. They've taken those 40,000 troops that are no longer investing Mariupol, and they're bringing them up, and they're going to punch out towards Dnipro, which is right where the D in Donetsk is. And those two arrows are going to meet in the middle, and when they do, 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers are going to be trapped in a giant cauldron.
Right, so that's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
It looks like a pincer movement or a cauldron, doesn't it? Right.
Exactly.
I mean, it's been looking like that for a few weeks now. You know, I was wondering why it hasn't been closed in through the middle. What do you think the reason for that is?
Well, again, because in order to do that without the preparation of the battlefield, you would have to use the old Russian doctrine.
Right. Okay.
Right now, and what the Russians have, again, 100% speculation. I'm going to say right off the bat, I don't have the Russian playbook because it's never been published, and I don't have a phone that takes me straight to Vladimir Putin so I can ask him what's going on in his brain. So I am speculating. I think I want to make that very clear This is informed speculation based upon prior military experience and an understanding of Russian tactics and adapting it to a unique situation, because the Russians are doing something totally different and, frankly speaking, totally unexpected. But once you accept what the Russians are doing and redefine, recalibrate your military mind, you see that instead of pounding away with artillery to get the quick breakthrough, the Russians are taking a slower, measured approach. They're destroying, as I said, fuel dumps, limiting mobility. They're destroying command posts, limiting communications. They're destroying ammunition dumps, limiting the ability to sustain the fight with artillery. And then they are grinding away, pounding away on a daily basis the ability of the Ukrainians to fight large-scale cohesive battles. This is in place of the massive artillery bombardment. The massive artillery bombardment would give you a breakthrough in days. The Russians have taken a slower, measured approach, which will achieve the same breakthrough, but it's going to take 30 days.
Well, what do you think of?
Now we're going to look at, I think, a faster pace of combat going forward, because the Russians have retained their mobility, their cohesiveness. The Ukrainians lack this now, and I think we're going to see a culminating point being reached where this pincer that we've been talking about is going to snap shut sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I mean, where does NATO come into all this? Because as we know, they've been giving all of these weapons to the Ukrainians, these NLAWs supplied by the British. You know, is there a possibility that, you know, they could tip the balance in favor of the Ukrainians because of the weaponry that they're sending? As you said, that this, you know, the Ukrainian army is no joke. They've been trained to fight the Russians. It's their home turf. Do you think that with enough weaponry they could tip the balance? Because you know, they were talking about letting the Polish lease their airfields and their planes, and then the Americans are trying to beg them to do that, and they walked it back. So it's not really clear what's going on. It's just they appear to be just throwing as many weapons as they can at the Ukrainians. Is that going to help them in the long run?
Well, let's back off first and talk about what NATO can do and what NATO has done. From 2015 until literally a few days before the war began, NATO had been actively training the Ukrainian military. There's an amazing slide from the United States Department of Defense. I was surprised with the honesty of it, but it talked about at the Lavrov training facility, the one that was bombed by the Russians a while back, you know, killing a bunch of these foreign legionnaires and such. The slide says that NATO was training 5 Ukrainian battalions a year to NATO standards. That means that they are interoperable with NATO. That means I can go to a German division, pluck out a German battalion, put in a Ukrainian battalion, and it functions in a cohesive fashion with them. So it's interoperable. But then they did an amazing thing. 5 battalions a year, then they drew a line and they took it to the Donbass so that they could fight here to kill Russians. So NATO has been training, and again, from 2015 till 2020. We won't give them credit for 22 because the year didn't start, but let's say 21. So that's 6 years. That's Marine math. I think that works. And 5 battalions, 5 battalions a year. That's 30 battalions. That's a lot. And they trained 30 battalions for the sole purpose of fighting in the Donbass to kill Russians. Now they trained other battalions too. But the bottom line is, you know, these Ukrainian forces are very well trained, and they had been trained on the Javelin missile, right. Which is a very effective, anti-tank munition, and they got a lot of them. But these weapons don't win wars. These weapons are what I call small arrow war, meaning when you're focused on winning a tactical battle. So you're talking about moving a squad here, a platoon here, in a company-sized fight where you're speaking of employing, a Javelin team here, a Javelin team there with a Stinger team in the back. That's small arrow stuff. And the Ukrainians are very good at it, very good at it. And when the Ukrainians are able to cohesively apply small arrow tactics against the Russians, they've been winning. They win those tactical battles. They've been doing that. Not everyone, but they win a lot of them. And we've seen the videotapes. They win. It's an impressive victory. They slaughter the Russians. But what we don't see is when the Russians apply big arrow, a war against the small arrow people. Because all those nice little infantrymen running around doing this stuff die instantly when the Russians come in with massive artillery. And even though the Russians aren't using massed artillery to punch their way through an enemy line, when they identify a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers, they will bombard them and kill them all. And the Russians are able to more effectively apply big arrow tactics operations than the Ukrainians are small arrow stuff. So all the Ukrainians have been getting from the West is small arrow support. They get a lot of missiles, but these missiles, all they really do is, yes, they end up killing a couple Russian tanks. But to be honest, these missiles are causing more Ukrainians to die because they lock the Ukrainians into a mode of war that simply cannot prevail on the battlefield in the long term. The number of Ukrainian dead is going to shock the world when that number comes out. The Russians said, before the city of Mariupol fell, that they had killed, I think it was 14,000.
Right. I was going to ask you about that because Moscow said 14,000 Ukrainians killed, as you correctly pointed out, and NATO says that they've killed between 7,000 to 15,000 Russians, that the Ukrainians have killed 7,000 to 15,000 Russians. Do you think those figures are accurate on both sides?
I think the Russian figures are very accurate, and I think the Ukrainian figures are propaganda. And I'll tell you why. To accept the NATO figures, you'd have to accept that the Russian military is not a professional military. You'd have to accept the fact that what the Russians view as sacred duty to the motherland, that is military service, a sacred duty that goes back to the Great Patriotic War, is meaningless. It was all a myth. What it means is that the Russians can get the Russian soldier killed and then lie to the Russian family about the death of a son in combat. That's not what's happening. The Russian families are being notified. The bodies, when they can be recovered from the battlefield, are being sent home. The Russians are a professional military force. And to suggest anything other than that the Russian numbers are accurate is to literally, you're creating a narrative that says these are not professional people, these are amateurs, these are, this is a joke. No, I know the Russians. I know the Russian military. They're extraordinarily professional. That doesn't mean that they're perfect. I'm not saying they're 10 feet tall, but what I am saying is that the notion that they could be suffering 15,000 dead, but only reporting 1,400 is ludicrous. It's absurd.
I mean, the figure itself is, that's more than the U.S. lost in Iraq and Afghanistan between 2003 and 2019.
This is a completely different kind of war, though. This is the kind of war where you can lose 200 men in a couple hours of fighting because it's so brutal, so deadly. So,
right.
You can lose a lot of people, but understand the Russians came in with 200,000 people. And if you're telling me that they've lost 20,000 dead, that means they've lost probably 3-to-1 wounded ratio, 60,000 wounded. That's 80,000. They've suffered close to 50% casualties. That doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. And the military remains cohesive. And we know the Russians are cohesive. We know they're functioning. So right off the bat, NATO's numbers don't add up. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, are, they have 260,000 regular troops, but they also have 300,000 reserves. And they've mobilized, maybe 100,000, 200,000, territorial militia, these civilians that got the guns, et cetera. Territorial militia and the reserves do not last long on the field of battle. They don't know how to fight. They don't know how to maneuver. And they oftentimes get caught in the open by artillery and slaughtered. The regular forces, they do better, but nonetheless, they pay a price. But the Russian casualty figures did not include Mariupol. There were 15,000
Right.
Azov battalion and Marines in Mariupol. They're all dead.
So that's what I wanted to ask you. Mariupol.
Literally, it's as simple as that. They are all dead. So we have doubled the number of Ukrainian dead. It's no longer 14,000. It's closer to 30,000.
You think that's accurate?
That's a low number.
And those are the best fighters that they have, right? Supposedly.
Well, as of, I don't know if they're the best fighters, they're fanatics. The Marines were some of their best fighters. The Marines were very well trained, and they made Azov a living hell for the Russians. But the Russians have Mariupol today. Ukraine doesn't. Russia may have lost, another 500 to 1,000 men. The Ukrainians lost 15,000. That's just the reality of the war that we're fighting. Now we're getting ready to fight an even greater battle of annihilation, where the Russian casualties are going to go down and Ukrainian casualties up, because the Ukrainians no longer have the ability to fight the kind of battle they fought prior. They can't maneuver now. They're stuck. If they get into their vehicles and move, Russian air power comes in and kills them. Drones kill them. Artillery spots them and kills them. So they're dug in place. And the Russians aren't going to grind it out. The Russians are simply going to surround them, cut them off from all logistical support, all hope of reinforcement, and then pound them to death until they surrender. That's the war. This isn't going to cost the Russians a lot of men. It's going to cost the Ukrainians everything.
Right. I just say that the Azov are supposedly their best because the BBC was trying to rationalize why it's okay to have, Nazis on your side because they can fight well, apparently. I wanted to show, again, I wanted to show one of your tweets. You tweeted earlier that CNN continues to amaze me with the misleading nature of the news they choose to broadcast. They claim Putin has signed an order for the emergency conscription of 134,000 troops to replace casualties from Russia's quote-unquote failed military campaign in Ukraine. And then underneath, you go on to point out that this is apparently standard procedure. Could you maybe elaborate a bit more on it for us, Scott?
Sure. I mean, look, the Russian military today is about 70% professional. The Russians call them contract soldiers. These are people who either voluntarily or they got drafted and decided they wanted to stay in and they signed a contract for a longer term of enlistment. But 70% are, we call them volunteers in the United States, the all volunteer army. Well, the Russians, it's a contract army. Same thing, professional soldiers. But about 30% of their military continues to be conscripted forces. And the Russians use these forces for non-complex missions. These aren't your special forces. These aren't your armored forces. These are your truck drivers, maybe your mechanics. But even on the mechanic side, it takes a long time to train a mechanic. They're only conscripted for a year. There's 2 rounds of conscription. There's a fall conscription and a spring conscription. They call it a campaign. For instance, a spring one, the campaign begins on April 1st and runs through July. What happens during the campaign is, around 600,000 men who are required to be prepared to provide service show up at these military reporting stations where they're screened for their, whether or not they're capable of being soldiers. They're given a physical screening, educational screening, et cetera. And then if they pass muster physically, educationally, et cetera, then they're considered for service. Some of them get waivers. Some of them want to go to college. Some have technical skills. Some are employed in defense industries, so they're given a waiver. But at the end of the day, the Russians have, over the past several years, selected around 134,000 per campaign. But that number is set by presidential decree. And so for the spring campaign, the presidential decree is signed at the end of March. That's what's happened. Putin simply signed the spring campaign presidential order telling the military screening process that you are to select 134,000 conscripts for the spring campaign. And this selection process will take place between April and July. And the people you select will go to training. They're training. They get 2 months of basic training. Then some of them get up to 4 months of additional training. Then they're sent to a unit. And by law, they're not supposed to be sent into a combat zone unless they have like 8 months of training. And another law is they're not allowed to be sent to a combat zone outside the territory of Russia unless they're contract soldiers. Now, there's a lot of rumor and speculation that some of the soldiers that have been killed or captured are conscripts. If so, somebody made a mistake. And again, I'm not one to sit here and tell you that the Russians are incapable of making mistakes. You have a lot of truck drivers, and that's what most of these conscripts end up doing is driving trucks. And so it's plausible that some general, some colonel decided that it was too hard for him to replace the conscripts with regular drivers and kept them in place, and they rolled in. It's not supposed to happen.
Okay.
And it's an embarrassment to Russia if it did happen. But it doesn't mean that Russia's weak, Russia's suffering, Russia's ready to fail. It's just it's what happens in a large military when people take shortcuts. And the Russians are as susceptible to that as we are in the United States. So that's what's going on with conscription. But it's not some sort of emergency measure to gin up 134,000 troops to send to Ukraine. That's not what's happening. What appears to be happening is that Russia is pulling some units. For instance, there's talk that some units have been withdrawn from Georgia, from Nagorno-Karabakh, and elsewhere to create fresh, the battalion-sized combat teams, and to put these into the battle. And this is only normal. Again, people say, aha, isn't that proof that Russia suffered huge casualties? No, it's proof that Russia's carried out 30 days of sustained combat operations under very difficult circumstances. There's always an operational pause. You can't expect people to be superhuman. To wage a mobile conflict for 30 days, A, you're going to suffer casualties. B, your equipment's going to break or just get worn down. C, you're going to be exhausted. So at some point in time, there must be an operational pause where these troops get a chance to pull back, rearm, re-equip, get some replacements, and reorient and be prepared to send back in. While that's happening, you will replace them with fresh units. And so what the Russians are doing is assembling troops that are capable of replacing the units that need to have a pause. But the fact that you're having a pause does not mean that you're losing the war. Far from it. You won't find an example in modern. Heck, when we drove to Baghdad in 2003, we had to have a pause because we outran our logistics. Our tanks literally had no gas. If the Iraqis had a viable mobile armored force, they could have caused us a lot of problems because when we took that pause just short of Karbala, our tanks had no gas. They were stuck in place until we get the fuel up to them. And this is a war where the Iraqis are not putting up the kind of defense that the Ukrainians are. So, it's only logical that the Russians would seek an operational pause, and that's what happens between phases of operations. The Russians have announced the end of phase one, transitioning to phase two. And so we're seeing a lot of things that should normally be occurring in a circumstance such as this. And again, pure speculation on my part. I call it informed speculation, but this isn't me having access to the Russia book. I could be 180 degrees wrong on this. It's possible because I don't have access to the intelligence. I don't have access to everything that would give me absolute fact-based knowledge. What I do have is experience, and from this experience, I'm applying that to the available facts set and providing speculative analysis. I think I have confidence in my analysis, or I wouldn't be having this conversation with you.
I wouldn't have we wouldn't have bring you on, Scott. The videos wouldn't go viral otherwise. You know, something else I wanted to ask you, given your military background, is the Geneva Convention. You know, I'm sure you've seen these videos where I'm not sure if I can say it because of the YouTube algorithm, but you know, there's a video that was confirmed by the New York Times to show Ukrainian soldiers committing war crimes. Yep. Yeah, in the kneecaps. Do you feel that also the videos where they're showing prisoners of war, because I've seen the Russians showing Ukrainian prisoners of war and Ukrainians showing Russian prisoners of war. Do you feel that there have been Geneva Convention violations on both sides?
Well, you just articulated a clear violation of the Geneva Convention. You're not allowed to use prisoners. You're not allowed to film them or put them in a situation where their images, makes them uncomfortable, et cetera, et cetera. It's a violation. We had a situation where President Biden just a couple days at the tail end of his 4-day trip to Europe, meeting with the Polish president, called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. Shortly after, Anthony Blinken issued a statement that said that the United States is accusing Russia of committing war crimes. And it's curious. I mean, Blinken didn't give us a total rundown, but he gave us an idea of the things the United States was worried about. Attacking hospitals, attacking a maternity ward, attacking civilians, attacking residential areas, and things of that. And on the surface, you'd say, "Wow, I've seen some videos of apartments blown up. I've seen the video of a hospital hit. I've seen all this. Is this true? Are the Russians carrying out these kind of attacks?" There's a couple things that people have to consider. One, it's almost impossible to charge somebody with a war crime during war. Michael Hare wrote a great book about the Vietnam War called Dispatches, and it's a line that he wrote in that book that was not stolen, but used by Francis Ford Coppola in his movie Apocalypse Now, Martin Sheen's character. But it was like charging a man with murder here is like issuing speeding tickets at the Indianapolis 500. It's like ridiculous. You're supposed to drive fast. War, you're supposed to kill. There's rules though. There's the international humanitarian law and the laws of war that are derived from that are supposed to govern combat, conflict, so that you don't end up creating a humanitarian crisis for civilian populations. In order to do this, a couple things have to occur. One, the attacker has to ensure that any target he strikes has a military purpose, a legitimate military purpose, and that the amount of force used is proportional to the military gain expected. So to give you an example, if I have an apartment complex with a sniper up on the 3rd floor, I can bring a tank in, aim the tank gun at the 3rd floor, and fire a round through there, even if there's a family in that room, because there's a military necessity, and the proportionality gives me a military advantage that makes the civilian casualties legitimate collateral damage. What I can't do is bring in 3 thermobaric bombs and drop the entire apartment complex. That's disproportional to the situation. So now we have to ask ourselves: are what the Russians doing disproportional when they attack this? Because what we're finding out is that the reason why the Russians are hitting these apartment buildings or these stores or these hospitals or these schools is that the Ukrainians have made a decision to deploy their forces there, to deploy ammunition there, to deploy their armor there. And in doing so, they have literally wiped out any protection that is afforded to those locations and the civilians located there. They've turned all of these into legitimate targets of war. So the question isn't, are the Russians aren't allowed to bomb them? They are. The second Ukraine puts a military object next to a protected area, it's no longer protected. It only now comes down to a matter of proportionality and intent. We know that the Russian intent is to come in soft. They've received orders. They've been told, protect civilian life, protect civilian property. Now, people can say, okay, they said that, but are they actually doing it? And I will answer this by talking, again, military math. Normally in the history of war, one civilian dead is usually matched by one combatant death. So if you have a campaign fought in an area where there are civilians, if you lose 50,000 combatants on both sides, you can expect that there'll be 50,000 dead civilians. That's just the horrible reality of war. It doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it bad. I'm just telling you what the math is. So now we come to Ukraine and look at some of the numbers. Let's talk about Ukraine. Let's say they've lost 30,000 dead. Let's say the Russian numbers are now up to 3,000. That's 33,000 dead. The UN right now is talking around 5,000 to 7,000 civilian dead. So what does that tell you? When you have a situation where the number of dead, instead of being 1 to 1, is 1 to 4. For every dead civilian, there's 4 dead combatants. And when you take into account that the reason why there are dead civilians is the decision made by the Ukrainian military to turn civilian areas into a battlefield by putting their soldiers, their ammunition, and their equipment there, it's telling you that the Russians are being very assiduous in their use of force, that this is a very measured approach, that the Russians are complying with the dictates of international humanitarian law. You know who isn't? Ukrainians. And I'm not talking about that video. Look, there's going to be isolated violence. When you have men killing men in a visceral, animalistic fashion, which is what combat is, not every man handles it the way they should. And when you get your bloodlust up, when you get your anger up, when your discipline breaks, when your leadership fails, bad things are going to happen. There's no doubt in my mind that we will be able to document bad things happening on both sides. But when we speak of systemic violations of international humanitarian law, there's only one side violating it systemically, because what do you call it when you have a civilian population in place? You haven't evacuated them as you are required to do if you want to make this a battlefield. And instead, you keep the civilians in place and you put your military equipment there. It's called a human shield. That is a violation of the international humanitarian law. That is a war crime. It is Ukraine that is committing the most massive violations of international humanitarian law, and we all know it. We all know it. We see it on TV every day, but we excuse it because we call it the noble Ukrainian defense against the brutal Russian attackers. But it's not, there's nothing noble about putting civilians at risk. That is a crime under international humanitarian law. And that's just the reality that will eventually be accepted once the dust has settled, the emotions have calmed down, and people examine the facts in their totality, free of prejudice.
But Scott, are you talking about the instances where you had Azov or other groups like them blocking civilians from leaving Mariupol, for example, or do you mean just the fact that there are so many people that are being told to just stand their ground and basically fight the Russians? What do you mean exactly? Because some people might say, well, the Russians are just using that as an excuse. They're going to bomb civilians and then claim that they were human shields. That's what they say about the Russian military tactic in Syria and in Ukraine.
Right. Well, I'm not going to speak to Syria because I don't have the data set in front of me. What I do know about what's going on in Ukraine is, for instance, if you recall, the Russians hit a shopping center in Kiev a while back. And the first thing is, this is proof that the Russians are hitting civilian targets, until we found out from the video, the Ukrainians were parking multiple rocket launch systems and ammunition for their 2S7 Prius artillery pieces all throughout that area, that the Ukrainians had turned this into a legitimate military target,
Right.
which the Russians had no choice but to take out, which they did. That's what I'm talking about. And these kind of actions are, in far greater proportion than, for instance, the gross human shields that took place in Mariupol. That's a gross violation of international humanitarian law. And it's also different from Ukrainians deciding that they collectively want to fight, including the residents, fight for a neighborhood, which you're seeing in, for instance, the northern suburb of Irpin, where there's been heavy fighting. And a lot of civilians died because they decided to stand and fight. Those aren't human shields. But human shields are the people who live in an apartment complex who think that they're protected because they're in an apartment complex, only to find out that right behind them, the Ukrainians parked all their armor or all their ammunition, or they were using the bottom floor as a command post. And when the Russians identify this stuff, believe me, I believe the Russians possess a packet of targets that they're not bombing because of the issue of proportionality. Well, for instance, if I have a command post in the bottom of in the basement of an apartment complex, and I hit that command post, I could collapse the building, killing hundreds. So the Russians, just like we would, have lawyers come in and say, that's a disproportionate use of military force. We can't do that. We have to find a different way of addressing the problem set that this command post presents. So you jam the communications, or having recognized they're there, you intercept the communications, find out who they're communicating with, and you take them off the field of battle. You use a different approach, but you don't blast that away. But when the Russians make the decision to attack, it's because somebody has looked at it and said, the Ukrainians are getting a disproportionate military advantage for what they're doing here. And that if we allow this to continue, we will not be able to prevail on the battlefield. So we must take this out, and we will use the force necessary. And tragically, that means that civilians who live in that area will pay a price and will die.
And you're speaking of because this goes along the line of self-defense. I wanted to ask you about Article 51 of the UN Charter because, again, for the viewers, those who don't know, in the UN Charter, Article 51 pertains to the right to self-defense, so either individual or collective. And I saw your great piece in Consortium News. I saw some of your tweets as well. And this is a genuine question that I have because, I see the United States and Israel invoke Article 51 when they bomb Syria or they bomb Iraq. No one seems to mind that. Here, Russia also invoked Article 51. If I'm not mistaken, you believe that they are correct to do so, and they have the actual legal justification to do it. Why do you think so? How can we rationalize and reconcile this with Article 51? Because the rest of the world, or let's say the Western world, says Russia's violating international law. Is it really? If it's invoking Article 51?
Well, let's just start with the basics. The greatest war crime of all is the illegal war of aggression. That's not me saying that. That's the Nuremberg military tribunal after the Second World War condemning Germans to die for the crime of promoting illegal war of aggression. And from this came the United Nations Charter, which sought to ban conflict. That's one of the, you're not allowed to go to war.
Yep.
But they recognize, humans being humans, that we're going to go to war. But there's only two conditions that are set by the United Nations Charter that are exceptions to the ban on conflict. One is a Chapter 7 resolution passed by the Security Council that authorizes military force to be used to resolve a threat to international peace and security. The war I fought in, the 1991 conflict with Iraq, was authorized by a Chapter 7 resolution saying that the world was authorized to respond militarily to remove Iraq from Kuwait, which had invaded and occupied in August of 1990. Now, people can be against the war. They can say whatever they want, and I respect that. You can't call it an illegal war. It was not an illegal war. You can say it was an unjust war, da-da-da. Please, go ahead. But it's not illegal. now we come to Article 51. Article 51 is self-defense. And this is the one that basically says that if you're attacked, you have a right to defend yourself. It also talks about collective self-defense. So if you're attacked, people are allowed to come to your assistance to assist you. But it's predicated on the notion that you have been attacked. And someone will say, well, wait a minute, Ritter, Russia wasn't attacked by Ukraine. How come Russia gets to invoke Article 51? Now we come into the concept of preemptive self-defense. And this is actually an old concept under customary law and such. In fact, one of the key cases for this is an incident in American history, 1837, called the Caroline Affair, where an American ship was preemptively attacked by a British war vessel because the British said the Americans were getting ready to provide assistance to Canadian rebels. And therefore, the British had no choice but to attack the Americans first. And so the exchange of notes between the United States and Great Britain under the Caroline Affair became sort of the legitimacy of the concept of preemption. But a key aspect of preemption is the notion of imminence, that there has to be an imminent threat that leaves you no choice but to act now, as opposed to there's a threat here, but I could actually go to the United Nations and try and get a Chapter 7 resolution to get people to come to my assistance. So I don't need to attack today. So the issue of imminence comes in. There's also the issue of jurisdiction. How did Russia justify Article 51? Well, the first thing they did is they talked about the notion of collective defense. And what they mean by that is that they are aligned with the newly independent republics of Lugansk and Donetsk. Because without that, people will say, well, wait a minute, Lugansk and Donetsk, even under Russia's geopolitical analysis, are part of Ukraine. So how can Russia come to the defense of Ukraine to protect it from Ukraine? Article 51 would fail there. But now that these are independent nations, Russia can articulate that claim. But people will then say, but wait a minute, Lugansk and Donetsk, they're not United Nations members. So how can they suddenly talk about United Nations rights, but they're not United Nations members? Now we come to collective defense. And fortunately for Russia, NATO has provided a wonderful case study, because in 1999, NATO attacked Serbia, citing Article 51. Now, NATO is not a member of the United Nations. How can they do that? Under the notion of collective defense, that NATO assumed the character of a mutual defense alliance arrangement. And therefore, that collective can speak of preemptively attacking to defend the collective against an imminent threat. The imminent threat, of course, being Serbia. Now, NATO hyped up the threat, called it genocide when it wasn't genocide, but that's a different issue. The bottom line, though, is that NATO justified their actions against Serbia under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, using collective defense in a non-UN member state association. So Russia comes in and says, we are now affiliated with Lugansk and Donetsk in a collective defense matter, and we are coming to their defense over the Ukrainian attacks that have been taking place for the past 8 years in the Donbass. But now you'll even say, well, okay, even if we buy into this, Ritter, and you have to because that's sort of the law, that doesn't justify them going against Ukraine. And it justifies them defending Lugansk and Donetsk, a limited military operation. Now we come to the other thing. Russia says, yes, but Ukraine has been massing their forces opposite Donetsk and opposite the Donbass, 100 to 120,000 of their best troops. And they were preparing an attack on the Donbass to recapture it. And therefore, we had to preempt that attack with a larger military incursion, the special military operation. And when we decided to expand that, we had no choice then but to take into the totality of Ukraine, because if we simply fight a battle against the 120,000 troops, that frees up Ukraine to bring the rest of their military down on us, and that would create a disadvantage for us. So we had to expand the scope and scale of our operation to include the feint in Kiev, to include the fixing operation at Kharkiv, to include the assault out of Kherson, the land bridge, and the air campaign to neutralize everything. All now are linked to collective self-defense, because Ukraine was getting ready to launch an attack against Donbass, and Russia had to preempt that. The other thing that Russia used as an issue of preemption was Zelensky's misguided statements to the Munich Security Council,
right,
where he said, we need to get out of the non-proliferation treaty, and we need to acquire nuclear weapons.
Basically.
And Russia went, we have intelligence that you may in fact be trying to do that. So they added a WMD clause to their justification, and they moved in. I don't know what the viability of their intelligence is, but what I can say is, in Chernobyl and in the other nuclear power plant that they took control of down south, there are giant pools of water that contain spent uranium fuel rods. These are highly radioactive radioactive waste that could be ground up, mixed with high explosives to create a dirty bomb.
Right.
And the Russians claim to have intelligence that the Ukrainians were at least considering doing this. They also had intelligence that said that in these depleted uranium fuel rods, or the spent fuel rods, 10% of their weight is actually plutonium-239, which is used for nuclear weapons. And that if the Ukrainians wanted to extract the plutonium-239, they could then have the fissile core necessary to produce a nuclear weapon. So therefore, we need to gain control over these ponds to make sure that this isn't happening. And there was an imminent need, citing Zelensky's own statement at the Munich Security Conference. So that's another element of imminence that's added to this. And I think combined, we see that Russia has articulated a cognizable case for genuine Article 51 authorization, as opposed, for instance, to the United States, who invaded Iraq in 2003, citing the imminent threat of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction and the nexus between an Iraqi government possessing weapons of mass destruction and al-Qaeda terrorism. Both of those turned out to be false. So the United States lied to set up a artificial predicate for preemption under Article 51. So the United States case is 100% invalid. It turns out that the Russians actually have a pretty sound case derived by fact, far more valid than any case that either NATO or the United States made involving issues of preemption.
Yeah, it's interesting because all these steps that you mentioned, it is kind of taking a page out of the NATO playbook, except that it's actually cognizable, as you said. There's actually something to it, whichever one you want to look at. You mentioned the Zelensky's speech at the Munich Security Conference, where he sort of alluded to or implied that Ukraine was, the Russians at least see it that way, that Ukraine is interested in nuclear weapons. I mean, speaking of WMDs, what do you think about these biolabs, the U.S.-funded biolabs? What do you think their real purpose is? What do you think of the information that's come out? What's your take on all that?
Well, I mean, the real purpose, I'll take the U.S. at face value. The real purpose was to bring control to Soviet-era biological weapons laboratories that were repositories for deadly weaponized pathogens, and to provide gainful employment for former Soviet biological weapons scientists who, if these labs were simply shut down, would have to seek gainful employment elsewhere. And there was a danger of their skill set migrating to areas in the world that we didn't want them to migrate. So when the 2005 agreement was signed between Ukraine and the Department of Defense through the Defense Threat Reduction Act, or a reduction agency, that was their goal. And it's not just about taking over the old Soviet facilities and trying to repurpose them. It's also about building new facilities that could be used as an incubator for gainful employment that we talked about. Now, what can defense research facilities do? These biolabs. Well, they can do the environmental sampling that is taking place all the time. I mean, to stay ahead of potential pandemics, we have scientists around the world that are collecting data, collecting samples from animals, from the earth, et cetera, to try and see if there's anything out there that could become the next pandemic, and to nip it in the bud, to do the research. And some of that research is fairly controversial, as we've seen just talking about COVID and some of the research that was done that people said, oh, well, man, this gain of function shouldn't be happening. I don't know if they're doing gain of function in Ukraine. I'm just saying that there are aspects of this kind of biological research that are inherently controversial.
There's anthrax also, for example, which is, well,
anthrax, I mean, I got anthrax right now in New York. I've got anthrax literally within 2 miles of my house. I can go find a dead deer and probably scrape some anthrax off of it. So, it exists in the wild, and you want to check it. Again, piece of history. Iraq acquired its anthrax strain. I think it was called the Ames strain, as in Ames, Iowa. They got it by simply applying for it to the United States. As part of this standard biological research, they said, we'd like some of this Ames strain so that we can develop vaccine, or not vaccines, but we can develop responses to it through the research. Well, what they wanted is, because that's a very virulent strain, they wanted to turn it into a weapon. That's a different story altogether. But my point is, there is this kind of collaboration taking place globally between scientists in an effort to effectively respond to the threat that exists in nature from biological pathogens. So that's legitimate. I don't know why you need 26 of them in Ukraine, though. That's another question. There weren't that many scientists to begin with. And I don't know why you need so many in Georgia, and I don't know why you need so many in Kazakhstan.
I
think what
diplomatic
here,
immunity as well.
Well, there's that, but I think, to be honest, knowing the American system, what I think was happening here is money. Nunn-Lugar Act. You had Congress pass the Nunn-Lugar Act, which allocated hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, to cooperative threat reduction in the former Soviet Union. And so you have a bunch of civilian contractors who are bidding on contracts and coming up with ways to spend this money. And some ideas are accepted, some ideas aren't accepted. One idea that appeared to be accepted relatively easily was this biological, these biological labs and joint cooperation. It almost became like a rubber stamp. So if you pitched the idea, the system received the idea, approved the idea, and implemented the idea, and that's money for everybody. So you're literally printing money by putting these biological labs in. And that's my assessment as to why there's so many of them, because there's really no logical explanation for this. Now, the problem comes with these biolabs is that some of the work they were doing was very suspect. I will tell you from my own personal experience that the United States has always operated in a gray zone when it comes to complying with its obligations under, for instance, the Chemical Weapons Convention or the Biological Toxin Weapons Convention. And what do I mean by that? When I was a firefighter in New York, I was a hazmat technician, hazmat specialist. And I went to all the federal training. For instance, I'd go to Anniston, Alabama, where we trained with live sarin and live VX agents. Now, that's good training because you train as you're going to fight. So if we're preparing for the potential of a terrorist attack using chemical agent, the people who are supposed to respond should feel comfortable operating in the actual hazardous environment that you're going to be in. Great, but who produced that sarin and who produced that VX? Somebody did. It was in the United States. At Anniston, they have a laboratory scale production facility that produces live chemical agent. Well, isn't that banned under the Chemical Weapons Convention? Well, not if you use it for defensive purposes, but I can guarantee you that if we found out that Russia was operating a chemical facility in Mexico where they were producing bench scale amounts of sarin and VX nerve agent, we'd be very uncomfortable about that. We'd call it a violation of the Chemical Weapons Convention, and we'd probably be right. But we get away with it because we, of course, are the exceptional superpower. We're inherently good. Nobody can ever think that we're trying to do something bad. And look at biological. You remember that anthrax attack at the end after 9/11, the one where the anthrax, dry powdered anthrax, was in envelopes sent through the mail system? It wasn't produced by a terrorist. It wasn't produced by a crazy scientist on his own. It came from a tube of dry powdered anthrax produced in Dugway, Utah, at a biological training facility. They use that anthrax to train people like me to operate in a live biological agent environment, to test the filters, to test the equipment, etc. Well, okay, but it got out. It got loose, and it became a weapon that impacted millions of people. That's sort of what the Biological Toxin Weapons Convention is supposed to prevent. So even in our own home, in our own country, we're running footloose and fancy free when it comes to the treaty. Now, there's things that can be done overseas that can't be done here in the United States. And I believe what happened here is that the Department of Defense got a little greedy and started to implement programs using the Ukrainian facilities that were borderline or even downright violated the treaties. Would never be allowed here because of the oversight that is done. People would say, hey, you're violating. Give you an example. The CIA, I believe in 2001, got a hold of a Soviet-era bomblet that's used to disperse in aerosolized fashion biological pathogens. And the CIA went, ooh, neat. We'd like to reverse engineer this to see how effective this was, because we need to know in case we ever run into it from a terrorism standpoint. So we reverse engineered it and we tested it in terms of its ability to aerosolize. This is a blatant violation of the Biological Weapons Toxin Convention. And eventually somebody in the Clinton administration went, oh, wham, we're violating the treaty. We got to shut this thing down. And we did. Self-policing, because it's happening on our soil. Mm-hmm. But now in Ukraine, we have a situation where what are they doing? Studying genetic modifications of H1N1 avian flu, seeing how the genetic modifications are targeted specifically to Russian Slavs, not Ukrainian Slavs. They're excluded. And then we're going to vector it to see how it can be used on migratory birds to be spread into Russia. How is this defensive in nature? Now, I don't know if this is true. The Russians say they have the documents. If I saw the documents and I saw the numbers on it and all that, I would be able to trace it back if they're genuine, because every contract is a matter of public record, because they're using taxpayer funds. So we'd be able to trace it back and say, this is true. I believe the Russians wouldn't have gone forward with this knowing the same thing I know, that it could be exposed as a lie. So I believe everything the Russians are saying is true, which begs the question, what the hell was the United States up to? And I don't have an answer, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't meet the criteria of pure biological research, which is, we're just looking for this. It's not about collecting samples. It's about genetically modifying something to make it deliverable. It's not defensive in nature, because you're not saying the Russians are going to deliver it to us. We're saying we're going to deliver it to Russia. So that is the definition of an offensive biological weapons program, which is a clear violation of the Biological Toxins and Weapons Convention. So, I don't.
Well, Scott, I got to tell you, those documents, they were out before the Russians ever mentioned them. There's this Bulgarian journalist, Dilyana Gaitanjeva. I had her on the channel. She published these a while back, and they're public. Some of them, these documents. It's just no one bothered to look. It is shocking. It doesn't make sense to me. The way you just outlined it. It does appear offensive in nature rather than defensive. But I think given everything else that the Russians have raised, or I mean, it doesn't have to be the Russians, but just looking at the situation when we talk about Article 51, you don't even really need these things. I know, for example, the existence of Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, this is obviously a travesty in and of itself. That's a whole other issue. But even without it, I think you can make a lot of arguments because of, NATO expansion, because of, Luhansk, Donetsk, People's Republic, and everything else we talked about in Article 51. That this stuff is like just in addition to that. That's kind of just adding, making matters worse.
Unless you articulated, unless you were knowledgeable of it, cognizant of it, and articulated in advance, you can't invade to go on a fishing expedition to find justification for your invasion. So as bad as this biological weapon stuff is, it doesn't actually improve Russia's case under Article 51 because it's something you found out after the fact. What it does do, though, is it improves Russia's the overall legitimacy of their claim that NATO expansion posed a threat to. It just reinforces that claim, but it doesn't stand on its own as a justification under Article 51 because they didn't know about it before then.
Right. Actually, it's funny because I just remembered even after the invasion of Iraq in 2003 started, I think they were still looking for WMDs like until June or July. They were saying, we'll find them any day now. But
they were looking for them for years afterwards. I mean, I don't think they actually shut it down till like 2007.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I wanted to ask you, Scott, right now with these peace talks. You said on Twitter, you wrote that it's just a question of time before Zelensky surrenders. Are you adamant that that's what's going to happen? You don't see any other off-ramp for him? What do you think? What kind of concessions do you think he's going to have to make to the Russians? Although I think I know the answer, but I want to ask you.
Let's start from this way, from the Russian perspective. You don't sacrifice this much blood and treasure for a half-assed result. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on your show. For an incomplete result. Politically, this would not be a good move for Putin, despite his high popularity ratings. I think they would plummet, and it would be an extraordinarily damaging blow to the credibility of the Russian military and for Russia as a whole. You're asked, because this is beyond simply what's happening in Ukraine. We're talking about full-scale economic warfare with the West, decoupling with the West, major global, earth-shattering developments in terms of the economic aspects of this, and to suddenly say, well, we're asking everybody to make all these sacrifices, all this harm, and we're just going to stop halfway? No. So what I know of Russian history, what I know of studying, the Putin government that has been in place for 22 years and listening to his speeches and evaluating his actions, he doesn't bluff and he doesn't back down. He's very measured in what he does, but when he does something, he's a man of his word. So when he says denazification, demilitarization, he means it. When he says neutrality, he means it. There won't be compromises there. Now, having said that, the art of diplomacy is getting the other person to do something they don't want to do, and have them smile about it. Now here we're trying to get a diplomatic outcome through the application of military power, and you have to be careful because now a couple questions come to mind. How do we get an end game? I mean, what does the end game look like? We can assume right off the bat that Russia will want Ukraine to formally declare that Crimea is Russia. We can assume that Russia is going to demand that Ukraine formally recognize the independence of Lugansk and Donetsk. We now can start to assume that there's going to be a third administrative zone built around Mariupol that the Russians are going to insist have either a special autonomous status or independent status. There's just no way Ukraine will ever be allowed to govern Mariupol again, ever. It's what the Ukrainians did to the city of Mariupol, from the Russian perspective, is unforgivable. And I really don't care that the Ukrainians think what the Russians did is unforgivable, because the blame clearly resides with 15,000 as of Nazis who used the civilian population as human shields. And frankly, the Ukrainian army that went along with them, the Marines that were there. So that's a reality. Now, what's going to happen to the rest of Ukraine, I think, is it's an issue that'll be left to the Ukrainian government. How far do they want to take this struggle? Because the more Russia suffers, the greater the cost will be. It also comes down to what constitutes denazification. Is it simply the destruction of military units? Or, as I believe the Russians have articulated, it involves the delegitimate, there we go, to make delegitimate. You've got a Marine using multiple syllabic words. It's dangerous. Yes, that word. Of the entire ideology. This worship of Stepan Bandera, this notion that a man who is a Nazi collaborator, all of that can be forgiven because he was an anti-Stalin resistance fighter. This needs to be purged, and it requires new legislation in Ukraine that bans this, outlaws it, but it also requires denazification of the political parties themselves. That is, it's not just the Azov fighters who are criminals, as we learned when we denazified Germany. The political leaders are also criminals. And I believe the Russians are going to hunt down and hold to account the right sector leaders and then every other far right-wing nationalistic party that embraces the ideology of Stepan Bandera, and they will purge them. And in purging, let's not mince words. You're going to die, or you're going to prison, or you're going to leave Ukraine. But if you're part of this ideology, you will never be allowed to live and operate on the soil of Ukraine again. You're either going to die, or you're going to prison, or you're leaving. That's denazification. Can Russia accomplish that? Is a fair question. I do believe Russia is going to defeat the bulk of the Ukrainian army, but I also think that this is going to create even more refugee-based pressure on NATO and Europe, on especially the border countries. And at some point in time, Russia is going to have to balance its desire for complete denazification with the reality that if they create too much of a humanitarian crisis through refugees, that there will be an increasing imperative on the part of the EU and NATO to create a humanitarian protective zone in Western Ukraine. And what I'm getting at is there may be a compromise where Western Ukraine is carved off of Kiev, so that denazification is accomplished not by going into Western Ukraine, but by detaching Western Ukraine from Kiev, from what could be left of a Ukrainian state. This is speculation on my part, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of aspects that this diplomatic picture is going to be influenced by what happens on the battlefield, both in terms of the military aspects and the humanitarian aspects of that. And we don't know all of this right now. It's hard to predict that. What I do believe is that Russia can't accomplish in a long-term fashion the acceptance of Crimea as Russia, the acceptance of Luhansk and Donetsk as independent, maybe this new Mariupol entity, with anybody other than Zelensky. Zelensky has been elevated to this Winston Churchill-like figure, hero worship around the world. Therefore, and I actually believe that this has been part of Russia's plan all along. Now you'll say, well, what do you mean? Why do you say that? How could you say that? Well, the fact that Zelensky's still alive means the Russians don't want him dead. That speaks volumes. Two, the fact that Zelensky is able to pick up his cell phone and make phone calls and do selfies and video things and broadcast it freely means the Russians are letting this happen. Russia could shut down the internet that quick. Russia could destroy all communications that quick. What Russia has done is left open communications channels so that Zelensky can have these conferences. Because if you think about it from a military perspective, what I want as a military leader to allow Zelensky to speak before the United States Congress in a way that motivated Congress to pressure the president to provide $500 million of military assistance? No, no, but the Russians are letting it happen. They're letting him speak to NATO. They're letting him speak to the British Parliament. They're letting him speak to everybody. Why? Because it's a trap. They have created a situation where the world has invested all legitimacy onto the person of Zelensky. Therefore, if and when the time comes for Zelensky to finally surrender, and he will surrender, whatever surrender terms he agrees to are going to have to be accepted by the West. So the West can no longer say that the Russian invasion or the Russian occupation of Crimea is illegitimate. Why? Because Zelensky, Winston Churchill, said, no, we're giving it to the Russians. They can no longer say that the independent status of Lugansk and Donetsk is illegal under international law. Why? Because Zelensky, Henry V personified, has given it to the Russians as part of a surrender agreement, and the Russians need him alive to do this. Now, Zelensky has to also be careful because he's surrounded by ultra right-wing nationalists who right now say, hey, he's a very effective leader because he gets all the support. But the moment it appears that Zelensky's getting ready to surrender, these guys are going to kill him. They've already threatened. They said for instance, if he ever accepted Minsk II, the agreement under the Normandy format that was supposed to resolve the Donbass issue peacefully, if he had accepted that, the head of the right sector and Azov said, I will hang you by the neck until dead. He didn't say it in secret. He said it on a video that was published that Zelensky's aware of. And instead of, hunting this guy down and killing him, Zelensky instead starts giving out Hero of Ukraine medals to this guy's people, promoting him and others into positions of authority, legitimizing Nazi ideology, mainstreaming it into Ukraine's military and civil society. The deputy head of the police in Kiev is a member of C-14, I think the group is called.
Yeah.
So no, Zelensky is a prisoner to these people. And the moment Zelensky loses his credibility with them or his utility to them, they'll kill him, which means now Zelensky could flee Kiev. There's already talk about setting up a provisional government in Poland. Now, if Zelensky flees there, he's now a hostage of NATO and he will never agree to these surrender terms. So the Russians are playing a very, very difficult diplomatic game, which is why we saw Russian diplomats saying things that people went, oh my God, what are they saying? We're close to an agreement. They're not close to an agreement. First of all, the Russians aren't agreeing to anything. The Russians are dictating. They're just making the Ukrainians think there's going to be an agreement. But it's a process. But what they have to do is keep Zelensky close, keep him engaged, keep him believing that he has leverage that keeps him viable in the eyes. And they're going to have to pick a culminating moment that brings their diplomatic efforts and their military efforts together at the same time. And there will be a very narrow window where they can get Zelensky to agree to surrender terms before he flees to Poland or before he's killed. This isn't going to end well for Zelensky. It's tragic. Look, the guy's operating way above his pay grade, way above his capabilities. He should never have been made president, and he should never have been put in this situation. I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for his family. He's not an evil person. He's not a bad man. He's a comedian that was whose popularity was politicized by oligarchs for political gain. And he's going to pay the price. He's doing the best job he can. The fact is, he's doing a great job. I mean, if you think about it, he's doing a wonderful job. But as I said, a lot of what he's doing, everybody's saying, well, he's doing the NATO narrative. Well, he is, but the Russians, I believe, are shaping that in a manner that benefits them, as I've already explained, because they need Zelensky to make any surrender agreement legitimate. And so how do you keep Zelensky alive? How do you keep him in Kiev? And that's done through very careful diplomacy. And there's no guarantee of a successful outcome. It's a risky business.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's something we're all going to be following closely. We've got about 4,500 people watching. Guys, please make sure you've hit the like button. Scott, you've been very gracious with your time. We're really happy to have you. I'm going to put your Twitter up on the screen so people can follow you. Are there any closing remarks or some final things that you wanted to touch on, perhaps that we didn't talk about?
Well, I mean, all I'd like to say is that this is a moving target, and anybody who claims to have absolute knowledge and absolute certainty should probably not be paid attention to. I speak with I'm very assertive. That's the Marine in me, and I'm confident in my facts. But I think what I always tell people is whenever I speak, don't believe me. Listen to me. Don't believe me. Trust but verify. Meaning that don't become a prisoner of what I say or what you say or what anybody says. Use this dialogue that we've had here as a foundation upon which to go out and test the ideas that were talked about here, test the theories, test the data, but prove to yourself, because ultimately what we're talking about here, not just in Ukraine, but everywhere in the world, it's a collective failure of citizenship on the part of the majority of the world's citizens. We have allowed ourselves to become hostage to, corporate media. We've allowed ourselves to dumb ourselves down by necessity. I mean, we work 40, 50, 60-hour weeks. We come home. Do we really have the time necessary to spend hours upon hours studying a foreign policy issue when what we're really worried about is how we're going to pay a mortgage, how we're going to get food on the table? But what we've done is we've basically subordinated ourselves to a ruling elite, a ruling class who are making decisions in our name. And it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we can hold them to account, but we can only do that if we're informed citizens. So I think what we're doing here tonight is very valuable if it serves as the starting point for a greater journey of discovery where intellectual curiosity is the king. What we're doing tonight is extraordinarily bad if people think that what they're hearing here is the end all, and that's it. You hear it here, you don't have to think anything else, and it's all done. No, if that's the case, then we've done a disservice to your audience if they're thinking that. So I think that's what I'd like to leave is I enjoy having these kind of conversations because I think it's an invaluable contribution to a process of discussion, debate, and dialogue. But I'm always hesitant because I don't want people to think that if Richard Medhurst or Scott Ritter says something that's it, man. That's the Bible. I'm taking that, and I'm not going to go any further because then we're just the same as corporate media. we've suddenly just become the same thing just through an indirect approach, and I don't think that's what you want to do, and I know it's not what I want to do. So I thank you for having me on here. I'm glad we had this conversation, but I just hope that people view this as a starting point for a journey of discovery that's going to last not only throughout this conflict, but beyond. Because believe me, what's been started in Ukraine is going to resonate globally for decades to come. We didn't even talk about the economic aspect. Maybe we can do that later. But what's going on in the global economy right now? What's going on geopolitically? Yeah. The transition from a single polarity to a multipolarity reality.
It's incredible.
It happened because of Ukraine.
Right.
But when this war is over, when whatever happens, this is going to continue. And it's going to redefine how the world works.
Yeah. So. Yeah, absolutely. Ukraine is the catalyst for so many things. I mean, we're seeing, Russia being pushed into China's arms, essentially. Iran, Venezuela.
I always look at Lavrov saying, what's really going on in his brain right now? Because, because China holds a lot of the cards, and Russia, it's a risky move to decouple from the West and pivot east, because you don't have as much leverage with China as you have with the West. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah,
absolutely. And again, we'll definitely have to do this again soon to talk about the economic aspects of it. But Scott, I think you've definitely accomplished what you set out to do, which is give people at the very least, a basis to work off of. I think it's highly informative. Again, your analysis, your insight is really rare, and it's unparalleled. So it's always a pleasure for me to have you on. Thank you so much. I'll put your Twitter back up on the screen so people can follow you on Twitter. It's Real Scott Ritter, at Real Scott Ritter. I'll put a link right now in the chat. Again, thank you very much, Scott. And we'll have to do this again very soon. The viewers are obviously very happy with it, and
okay.
Who knows? Maybe this goes viral again too. So yeah.
Okay. Well, good for you then. All right. Well, thank you for having me. It was an absolute pleasure, and have a good night.
Likewise. You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys. So don't worry. The show's not over. I'm going to continue now. We've got 4,000 people watching, but only 3,400 likes. So this is obviously a scandal. We have 4,000 people watching. We should have 4,000 likes. Please make sure you've hit the like button. Again, this is not a cooking channel, okay? This is not a gaming channel. This is not a makeup channel. This is a politics channel. And YouTube does not like independent media, so we have to keep fighting the algorithm. Now, if you're new here, again, I hate to do these like crappy cliche YouTube phrases, but if you're new here, definitely subscribe. We're 87,000, man. That's crazy. We were like 40,000 1 month ago. We hit double the number of subscribers. I want to get to 100,000 soon. I want to do that with you guys. So again, there's something special I wanted to talk to you about, which I mentioned before yesterday, which is my, I wrote a new piece on Yemen. Okay. So I'm going to go through this with you now, because it's original reporting. It's investigative reporting. I know everyone wants to talk about Ukraine. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about Ukraine. I'm probably talking about Ukraine more than a lot of people with the rate of these streams. So we will cover Ukraine as well right now. But I need to walk you through this, because when you see those people on television who are like, yeah, Ukrainian refugees are more special, and you got all these monuments and landmarks worldwide lighting up with Ukrainian colors. You can see everyone gives more of a crap about Ukraine than the other wars, right, that have been going on for longer. And again, I'm not saying you shouldn't care about Ukraine. Obviously you should, but they give more attention to Ukraine than other things. And we've been criticizing them. But it's not just about criticizing them. It's about being about that, right? So I'm going to show you right now how it's not just about Ukraine. We're actually going to give attention to other conflicts. And this is stuff you're never going to hear anywhere. When people talk about Yemen, they talk about the bombs, and they talk about the famine. How many of you guys have heard about the siege? How many of you guys understand how the siege works? The blockade. I'm going to explain to you right now, step by step, how this works. And again, this is a report that I put out just 2 hours ago. So let me pull it up for you, and we'll go through it together. I already got people from Saudi Arabia attacking it. I expected it, because this is very damning for them. And the trick that the trick, it's not a trick really. It's just that we made sure to use data that cannot be accused of bias or anything like that. So let me go through this with you guys. Okay, I've been waiting a long time to do this with you. And it's very important. So give me a second. Let me put these down. All right. So this is the new report that I've put out. I did this with an economist from Yemen. He studied at Oxford. He worked at the World Bank for a decade. And this is an investigative piece. So we use data that is from the World Bank, from the United Nations, and the IMF. And we did that on purpose. Do you know why? Because the Saudis, the Saudi coalition, are going to come and try to attack this report and say that it's biased. So Amir, who is the economist who put together the report, and not only is he an expert in the field, but he used these sources on purpose so no one can say that the data is biased. And again, this is really going to explain to you guys how horrible the siege is in Yemen, because when people talk about Yemen, they talk about the bombs, they talk about the famine, they don't talk about the blockade. I've never seen anyone talking about the blockade like this. I'm going to break down to you step by step how the siege works. You are not going to believe the things I'm going to tell you here. I myself, it's my report, it's my article, and I can't believe it because the figures are so astronomical. You know, people in the US are complaining about paying $4 a gallon. Do you know how much people in Yemen are paying? $9.50 a gallon. And that's one of the poorest countries on earth. That's just one thing that I'm going to tell you right now. So this is the article that I put out. It's called Silent Killer, The Siege of Yemen. And if you want to read this, it's on richardmedhurst.substack.com. That's where I publish my articles. Now, let me walk you through this. So March 30th, just yesterday, you had an announcement from the Saudis saying that there's a ceasefire in Yemen. They're ceasing all military activities, and you had tons of people celebrating in Yemen and outside Yemen. They thought it's the end of the war, right? Because the Saudis, the Saudi coalition, which includes the UAE and a few other countries, and is backed by the United States and the UK, they've been bombing Yemen for 7 years, right? Actually, last week was the 7-year anniversary. So people are tired of the war. The thing is, this ceasefire, guess what it doesn't include? It doesn't include lifting the siege. And the siege is just as bad as the bombs, if not worse. And you never hear anyone talk about this, and I'm going to explain to you how it works. So basically, you have a port in Yemen, which is called Hodeidah. I'm going to show it to you on the map. Here is the port of Hodeidah. It's the biggest port in Yemen, and it's right here. So, this is the lifeline of Yemen. And if you want to bring fuel into Yemen, you can't just go to Yemen. You have to first go to the United Nations. They set up a body, right? This is the UN verification body in Djibouti. So you have to go to Djibouti with your ship. The United Nations, they inspect your cargo. They check where your funding is from. They check that you're ready to go, okay? And again, this is from the... I'm pulling up a certificate for you. But the body that does this is the United Nations Verification and Inspection Mechanism for Yemen, UNVIM. And so when you get clearance, they give you this document. So this is an official document that I've obtained from from a ship that's been cleared by the UN to go to Yemen. And you get this certificate of clearance. Now, you might be thinking, well, great, you get the certificate, you can just go to Yemen. No. Fuel ships that try to go to Hodeidah, which again is the biggest port in Yemen, get stopped. By who? By the Saudis. So the Saudi coalition are randomly coming in and detaining fuel ships, and then they take them to a place up in the Red Sea called the Coalition Holding Area. Okay, so here's the Coalition Holding Area on the map. Do you see this red dot over here? CHA? That's where it is. And it's near the Saudi town of Jizan, right? So you want to bring your ship here. They hijack your ship and bring you over here. Now, in the shipping business, in the shipping industry, if you're transporting cargo and you don't offload the cargo, you have to pay a fine to the owner of the ship, because basically you're preventing the owner from making money from using that ship. And this fine is called a demurrage cost. Okay? Now, every single day that Saudi Arabia and its coalition detain a fuel ship, every single day, those demurrage costs, those fines add up. And just to give you an idea how long this detention is, on average, this is last year in 2021, on average, fuel ships that were meant for the public in Yemen were held for 158 days. I mean, that's basically half a year. So can you imagine, every single day for half a year, you got fines piling up and piling up. Do you know how much this adds up to? On average, it's $3.2 million US. And those costs, who's going to pay those costs? Yemenis at the pump. They have to pay for these costs. It's all pushed down onto the consumer, right? So this is just the average. This is just the average, 3.2 million. For what? No reason. There's no reason for this. As I told you, the ships already have permission from the United Nations to go to Yemen. The entire point of UN VIM was to clear ships to go to Yemen. And the Saudis just don't care. They come in and hijack the ships and block them for no reason. Absolutely no reason. So just to give you an idea, in 2020, right? So UN cleared ships that were going to Hodeidah were detained by the Saudi coalition for a total of 4,683 days. In total, these ships paid $85 million in demurrage fines. Again, so all of the ships that were detained in 2020 that were going to Yemen to give fuel for the public, $85 million in fines. And again, who pays that cost? The cost is pushed down onto the Yemenis. So this is the poorest country on earth. This is a country that's been bombed for 7 years. It's a country that the UN has declared the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. 17 million people, again, look at this. This is all in the beginning of the article. 17 million people are estimated to be food insecure. That's more than half the population. That's most Yemenis, basically, right? So this is one of the most, I mean, this Yemenis are suffering more than anyone, and on top of it, they have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for fuel for absolutely no reason. No reason whatsoever. Do you ever hear this on the BBC? I haven't even gotten started, man. Have you ever heard anybody explain this? This is horrific. This is terrible. Now, let me show you something else, because the fact that you have this siege on Hodeidah, less and less ships are coming, right? Because who wants to go get detained for a year? Some ships have actually been held for over a year. Look at the number of ships, how it's declining every year. Look, in 2019, you had 80 ships that went to Hodeidah. 2020, it was 63. 2021, 5 ships. And this year, one ship for public fuel consumption. Again, let me be very clear. You got 2 types of ships that are coming to Hodeidah. One type is for the private sector, for companies to run their factories, or for the UN, okay? The UN ships, there's no delay on that. That's just for the UN. The other type is public consumption. That means you're a Yemeni. You want to go fill your gas tank up. You want cooking gas. You want fuel for your generator. Fuel that goes to farmers, to hospitals. This is public consumption, and this is the most important one. And do you know what the Saudis are doing? They are punishing the ships that are bringing fuel for the public are punished the most. So again, this is all the data that me and Amir put together. Amir Al-Tibah, again, he's Oxford graduate, worked at the World Bank for 10 years. He's an expert economist. We put together this data, and it's all from the United Nations and from the Yemen Petroleum Company. All of this data is public, it's unbiased, it's not from us. Just to show you something, in 2021, look how many days these public ships were held. So you got 3 and 2, so 5 vessels, like we were just looking at, right? You only had 5 vessels in 2021. Do you see how they were held for 351 and 438 days? And look how much they paid. They paid 3.2 million on average. Meanwhile, the private sector, so the ships that are not for public consumption, the ships that are just going to the private companies for the factories, they get held for a much tinier period and therefore pay much tinier fines. So, I mean, not only are they holding the ships, but they're making sure the ones that are meant for Yemenis are held longer, and so Yemenis get screwed even more. Now, just to give you an example, I got a certificate a UN certificate from one of these ships. This is called the Splendor Sapphire. That's the name of the ship. Do you see when this ship was cleared? 3rd of January, 2022. Do you know where that ship is? Is it in Yemen? No, it's not in Yemen. It's still in detention. You can literally go up on maritimetraffic.com. You look up the name Splendor Sapphire, and you can see exactly where the ship is. And it's right off the coast of Jizan in the coalition holding area, instead of being down here in Hodeidah. That's 4 months, right? That's almost 4 months now. We're April. That ship has been held for, who knows why. It's been cleared by the UN, but the Saudis won't let it go. Now, here's another. I published a list of other ships that are still being detained, that are still in detention. This list is from today, so it's the latest, and this is from the Yemen Petroleum Company. Now, here comes the other problem, because you might be thinking, well, if you want to bring fuel into Yemen, you don't have to go to Hodeidah. Why don't you just go to another port, which is what the Saudis say. They say there's no blockade on Yemen. Anyone can bring anything to Yemen. They can bring food and fuel. No. Hodeidah is, first of all, Yemen's biggest port, okay? Also, it's the closest to the capital of Sana'a. And again, most Yemenis live near Hodeidah and in the areas that are controlled by the Sana'a government. Again, just for those of you who are not clear on this, in Yemen, you have a government in Aden that was overthrown in 2014, and this government is the internationally recognized government at the UN, and this is the government that is backed by Saudi Arabia, okay? The thing is, though, most Yemenis don't live under the control of this Aden government. Again, it was overthrown in 2014. Most Yemenis live under areas that are controlled by the Houthis or Ansar Allah. Again, I just call it the Sana'a government, because Sana'a is the city here, it's the capital, and that's what we mean. We're talking about the Houthis. So most Yemenis live here. They don't live down here in Aden or Mukalla. They live over here near Hodeidah. So logically, if you want to bring fuel to Yemen, you're going to go where the people are, right? If you want to bring fuel to the United States, you're going to go to New York. You're going to go to New York Harbor. You're not going to go dock in Alaska. You get what I'm saying? So just to kind of give you a rough idea. Now, the thing is, the ships that don't want to get detained at Hodeidah by the Saudi coalition, they have the choice of going to other ports. It's not really a choice. They're forced to do that because of the blockade. They wouldn't go to other ports otherwise. So what are these other ports? The other ports are Mukalla. So again, right here on the same map, here's Mukalla down here, which is all, I mean, it's on the other side of the country, literally. Do you see all the people live here? And they got to go to Mukalla to bring the fuel. And then there's also Aden down here, okay? So these are 2 ports that you can go to. Now, here come the other problems. Number one, as I just showed you, this is very far away. So if your goal is to bring fuel to Hodeidah or to Sana'a, where most people live, your fuel trucks need to drive all the way now from Mukalla over here, or all the way from Aden over here. Okay, so first of all, you have higher transportation costs with the fuel trucks. Not only that, when you import fuel through these ports, through Aden or through Mukalla, which again are not controlled by the Houthis, they're controlled by the Saudi-backed government, you have to pay higher fees. A lot higher. I have all of this data in the article, the exact breakdown of the fees. So here we put this together. Look at this. Look at this. You have you have the import price, premium, demurrage costs, additional double taxes, commission, storage fees. All of this adds up, okay, to $735 per metric ton. $735 for every metric ton of gasoline. Okay? Now, basically what happens is Yemenis are now being taxed twice, right? Because you got the Saudi-backed government in Aden, which is taxing them first. And then when the fuel trucks bring the fuel into the Sana'a government areas, they're taxed again by that government. And the difference here is that the Saudi-backed government in Aden, they claim that they're the legitimate government because the UN recognizes them as the government. And they have control of Yemen's resources, and they moved the central bank, the Yemeni central bank, to Aden. So they say that we're the legitimate government, and they are taxing people. They're taxing the fuel imports on that basis. And guess what? They don't pay any salaries to government employees or to public servants who live in the Sana'a areas. So how are you going to say, I'm the legitimate government, but I don't want to pay government employees? So after taxing them on top of it, usually when you tax people, when you tax imports, you're supposed to send that to public infrastructure, pay government employees. They're not doing that. They're lining their pockets while claiming we're the legitimate government. Do you see what's going on? So Yemenis are being taxed 2 times to import the exact same oil because they can't go to Hodeidah, so they have to go to Aden or Mukalla. Now, let me show you over here the issue. Look at the detour that you have to drive. This is unbelievable. So instead of going this tiny route here from Hodeidah to Sana'a, which is in green, which is like, hold on, I wrote the exact distance down here, right? So 226 kilometers. Instead of going 226 kilometers from Hodeidah to Sana'a with the fuel trucks, they have to drive this entire detour in yellow, which is up to 1,300 kilometers. I mean, this is absurd. Absolutely absurd. No one in their right mind who is trying to bring fuel to Sana'a or Hodeidah would ever go to the ports on the other side of the country and then on top of it drive this enormous detour. It gets worse. Do you know what happens when the fuel trucks are on this road, on this route? There are roadblocks. Not government roadblocks only, militias, including Al-Qaeda, who set up these checkpoints and they tell the truck drivers, pay us or we kill you. So it's basically highway robbery. So you got, like 50 checkpoints. So one checkpoint is adding 5% to the pump price, to the fuel price when you go to the gas station in Sana'a. This militia over here is adding another 10% to the pump price, another 5% here. Do you see how the costs for Yemenis are adding up from the higher taxes in Aden, from the higher transportation costs because the route is longer, from the terrorists, from the armed groups, the militias shaking down the truck drivers. All of this stuff has to be paid by Yemenis at the pump just because the Saudi Navy won't allow the ships to go to Hodeidah. This is so malicious and completely unnecessary and avoidable. And you never, ever, ever, ever hear a word about this on the news. Even when they talk about Yemen, if they talk about Yemen, they only talk about the bombs. How many of you have heard about this? So again, this is for every metric ton of gasoline that is brought through Aden, down here, right? For every metric ton of gasoline, you have $503 in those additional taxes, those import fees, and then $232 at these additional, these like roadblocks, basically, where armed groups are shaking people down. Excuse me, just one second. I really need to drink something, man. Just a moment, sorry. So the thing is now that, even if Yemenis could somehow, by some miracle, afford the higher fuel prices, it's not enough. You know why? Because there's not even enough fuel coming in the first place. Let me show you. This is the deficit, okay? So basically in 2020, Yemenis that are living in areas under control of the Sana'a government, again, which is in these areas, this is where 80% of Yemenis live. They live here, okay? So in 2020, Yemenis that are living in these areas only consumed half of the gasoline and diesel that they actually needed from Hodeidah. So there was a 50% deficit in consumption in 2020. The next year, in 2021, 90% deficit. Okay? So because of the blockade, the Yemenis are not getting the diesel and the gasoline that they need through Hodeidah port. Now, you might be thinking, oh yeah, well, that means people can't drive their cars. No. This has nothing to do with that. Even if you are in Yemen and you don't drive a car and you don't have a generator, you are going to get impacted by this. Because when there's no fuel coming into the country, the whole economy is destroyed. First of all, hospitals cannot function. So the healthcare sector is decimated by this. And I literally have a statement right here in the report from the Federation of Yemeni Private Hospitals, and they say that look what they say here. They say here that Blocking fuel from entering Yemen has caused the death of many patients in intensive care units, emergency and operations departments, as well as the hospital's inability to save and store medicines for chronic diseases such as diabetes and tumors. Okay, so that's already hurting the healthcare sector. I mean, again, I'm so frustrated because I can't encapsulate how bad Yemen was already doing before they intensified the siege. It's like adding insult to injury, truly. And so the other problem is that food becomes more expensive. The primary sector, agriculture, this is also decimated. The industrial sector is decimated. The services sector is decimated. Yemen's economy, the inflation rate in 2021 was 40%. 40. You know, in France, the inflation rate in 2021 was 1.9%. 1.9 versus 40. That is how the fuel crisis, this blockade, and the terrible conditions in Yemen are hurting the economy. So, just to give you an idea of how much Yemenis are paying, in 2021, the Yemenis living in the Sana'a areas paid $644 million extra for diesel and gasoline for absolutely no reason. No reason. Just so the Saudi Navy can block ships that have already been cleared by the United Nations. What is the point of the United Nations verifying and inspecting these ships if the Saudi Navy or the Saudi-led coalition are just going to come and block them anyway? And of course, who do you think is supporting the Saudi coalition? The United States, Great Britain. They have sold the Saudis hundreds of billions of dollars worth of weapons just for this war, specifically for this war, and giving them training and giving them logistical support. So the Saudis could never do this by themselves. The coalition could never do this without US and UK support. And it's not just the bombs, it's the siege. Let me show you over here what happens, because when you have a fuel crisis, when you have economic warfare that is being imposed on a country, you have the creation of a black market. It's the same everywhere. Every time there's economic sanctions or there's a blockade, you end up with a black market. So people who want to buy fuel in the Sana'a areas, which again, this is where 80% of Yemenis live. If you want to buy fuel, you can't get it because there are no fuel ships coming in. Remember what I showed you? One fuel ship came in this year for public consumption. So you have to go to the black market. Let me show you how the prices are doing. I'm speechless. Honestly, I'm speechless. This is the black market price for diesel. Okay, look how from December 2020 to March 2022. So that's right now. The price on the black market went up 300%. 300% in just a little over a year. So, I mean, this situation is hopeless. It's absolutely hopeless. And it's the same thing for gasoline. Look at the price of gasoline on the black market. It just shoots up. This is unsustainable. Now, the official price, which is in blue, is useless because you can't get any oil through official channels, meaning from the YPC, which is the Yemen Petroleum Company. Again, the Yemen Petroleum Company is the body that imports fuel and then distributes it in Yemen, right? So it's the organization that does that. And you can't get any fuel because there are no ships coming in. So you have to go to the black market where you pay through the nose, if you can even pay through the nose. And I want to tell you something. In Yemen, there is no public electricity, right? The public grid does not work. There are 0 hours of electricity. That means you have to go, you have to get it from a private grid or you have to get a generator. And again, those two things the prices are astronomical because they're linked to the fuel crisis. Every single thing is linked to fuel. So it's not just about, I can't drive my car or, I can't power a generator. The whole country is going to the gutter. The economy is going to the gutter. Look at the GDP. So again, Yemen's been under bombardment since 2015, right? So its GDP keeps going down. It went from 957 in 2015 to 552 in 2017. And now it's at 359. So it's one of the poorest countries in the world. And they are paying $644 million extra for no reason. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible, really. And this affects everything from basic needs, electricity, cooking gas, hospitals, farming, industry, all of it. All of it. It's horrific, truly. And again, just scrolling back up here, because again, I got all these graphs done. So again, Amir Al-Tibah, he's the Yemeni economist. He's based in Sana'a. He graduated at Oxford. He worked at the World Bank for 10 years. He put together the report, and he approached me so we could put this out together. And, you know, I think this is really important. I really ask you guys to please share this far and wide, not for my sake because it's my report, but because no one talks about this. No one has broken this down step by step and made it so clear of what the siege in Yemen means. People say, hear siege, blockade, they don't know what that means. I'm telling you exactly what it means. I'm telling you literally, figure by figure, what it means. Look at that. Look how, no ships coming in. Again, don't get it confused. There are UN ships and private sector ships coming in, but we don't care about those. Those are useless. If you're in Yemen and you want fuel for your generator, you can't go get that from the private sector or the UN. You buy it from the public fuel consumption, right? If you're a farmer or a hospital, it's public fuel consumption. So these are the ships that we care about. One ship so far this year. And again, here's the list. I published the list of ships that are still in detention. Right? It's in the article right here from the YPC. These are all in detention for no reason. And they've been cleared in January, this one in March, this one in March, this one in March. So the average time, 156 days. It was for 158 days. It was for 2021. And every single day, these are fines that the Yemenis have to pay. So again, I'm going to break this down because I got all these graphics done, especially for this article. Number one, if you try to bring fuel through Hodeidah, which is Yemen's largest port, you have to get verification from the United Nations. You get the verification, but when you try going to Hodeidah, the ship is detained by the Saudi Navy. And then they bring you to the coalition holding area and they keep you there for months. Some ships have been held for over a year for no reason. No reason. And every single day that you're being held, you have to pay demurrage fines. Again, these are like, you know, it's a fine that you pay to the owner of the ship because you're not unloading the cargo. And this adds up and adds up and adds up and adds up. And on average, ships are paying $3.2 million on average. And this is, of course, a cost that is passed down onto Yemenis. And so once those ships actually get to Yemen, not only is the fuel more expensive, if they get to Yemen, but on top of it, the shortages cause everything in the country to collapse. Hospitals, farming, agriculture, you name it. Now, the other way for the ships who try to go through ports that are not under embargo, that are under the control of the Saudi-backed government, they're also screwed because they have to, first of all, pay these higher fines. Again, I made a graphic for you here. So they have to pay these higher taxes and fines. And they're basically being taxed twice for the same fuel. And then they have to travel greater distances. I mean, the detour is absolutely ridiculous, right? I can't stop showing you this map because it's so absurd. Look at this route in yellow. How on earth does that make sense? Do you know what this is like? This is like, imagine you're trying to bring fuel to New York, and instead of docking in the New York harbor, you go and dock in Florida and then drive the fuel up the entire East Coast. Why on earth would you do that if you could help it? No one would do that. This is a result of the blockade. This is a direct consequence of the blockade. So again, you have these higher transportation costs because the routes are longer. And then along the way, you have roadblocks by Al-Qaeda, by other militias who are just trying to make a quick buck. And they threaten you. You either pay us, highway robbery, or we kill you. And then, of course, all of these things, higher import taxes or the double taxes, the higher transportation costs, the shakedown, the robbery by Al-Qaeda and other groups on the highway, all of this, who pays this? Yemenis. So again, just to put this in perspective, right now in Yemen, you pay $9.50 a gallon. That's not a European country. It's not a first world country. It's not a developed country. It's not even an undeveloped country. It's the country that is experiencing the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Can someone please tell me how this is fair? This is absolutely evil. It makes no sense. The only people profiting from this are the governments, the Saudi-backed government that controls these ports, the militias that are along the roads, right? The Al-Qaeda and other groups like it. And that goes to, of course, that sponsors terrorism. It funds terrorism and prolongs the conflict. Obviously, Yemenis are not doing that on purpose. They're being robbed, literally robbed on the highway. So this is astronomical. And like I said, you had $644 million in additional costs in 2021, paid by some of the poorest people on the planet. This is heartbreaking, you know? This is heartbreaking. And of course, you know, I already got attacked by a bunch of Saudis when I posted it. They're saying, oh, this is not credible. Hold on, what do you mean it's not credible? These figures are not mine. They're from the World Bank, from the International Monetary Fund, and the United Nations. Are you saying they're not credible? You always cite them, right? What's wrong with the figures? Amir and I chose those sources on purpose so no one can accuse the data of being biased or cooked. This is all open source data, right? And are you saying, what else is not credible? The documents that I published, the UN clearance permits, oh, these are real. I can assure you these are real. Go check with the UN if you like. These are real. You don't need to have any, you can literally just go on maritimetraffic.com, type in the name of the ship and see where it is. They're not in Hodeidah. They're in the coalition holding area, being detained for no reason, even after being cleared by the UN. So what's not credible? It's absolutely credible. On the contrary, it's bulletproof. They can't mess with this. So, the only thing that I'm asking you guys is please to share this. Please tell people about this, because people, already no one talks about Yemen, especially now with what's happening in Ukraine. But on top of it, even when people do talk about Yemen, they talk about the bombs, they talk about the famine, which yes, is horrible. But this is a silent killer, and it's just as bad as the bombs, if not worse. Even my cousins in Syria, they're also under a de facto siege because of the sanctions. It's not a naval blockade, but it's the same thing. It's economic warfare. They told me the same thing, right? They said that they prefer the bombs over the sanctions. And Amir, who I did the report with, same thing he told me. He saw my video when I was talking about my cousins, and he said, it's like what your cousin said, what my cousin said, right? It's just as bad as the bombs, if not worse. And the majority of Yemenis have not been killed by bombs. They've been killed by the famine and the blockade. So we really have to spread the word about this. And this was a lot of work, really. What Amir did, absolutely brilliant. And he's a top economist. He knows this inside out. And he really did an amazing job putting this together. Amazing job. I cannot tell you how complicated this was. So it's important that we get these figures out. Again, Yemenis paid, this is the Yemenis that are living in the Sana'a area, so that's 80% of Yemenis. They paid $644 million extra for diesel and gasoline for no reason, just because of this blockade. And that's last year in 2021, right? And you have ships being detained 158 days on average for no reason. Again, just to make the Yemenis suffer. So, you go through Hodeidah, you'll be detained, higher cost of fuel. You go through Hodeidah, so the main port, you'll be detained, higher cost of fuel because of the demurrage fines. And if you go through Aden or Mukalla, one of the other ports that are controlled by the Saudi-backed government, you get hit with higher import taxes. You have longer routes to travel, so higher transportation costs, breakage costs. And then, of course, on top of that, Al-Qaeda and other militias shaking you down, robbing you on the highway. And who pays for this? Once again, Yemenis. This is not fair. I see people in the United States, rightfully complaining about paying $4 a gallon. But just to put it, I'm not trying to minimize that, but just to put it in perspective, the United States is a rich country. People are being forced to pay $4 a gallon there in one of the richest countries. Yemen is one of the poorest countries, and they're paying $9.50 a gallon. I mean, anywhere that would be wrong. And that would be bad and oppressive. But on top of everything that Yemen has been through, Do you see why this is so angering and frustrating? And now on top of it, everyone's talking about Ukraine. No one wants to talk about Yemen. Let me tell you something. Again, it's like it just gets worse and worse and worse. So on top of the bombing, you have the famine. On top of that, you have the siege. The war in Ukraine is impacting Yemen. Do you know why? Because Yemen imports 40% of its wheat from Russia and Ukraine. So on top of everything I've told you, the costs are going up even more. It's really tragic. It's really, I feel like tragic doesn't encapsulate it, but really I'm really upset for what's happening to Yemenis. I'm you know, my heart really aches for them. This is not fair. This is unacceptable. And already people, you know, even without the war in Ukraine, I feel like no one cared about Yemen. So I'm really trying to do my best here with Amir. I do this, you know, not just as like a journalist or because Yemenis, you know, are my brothers, but because it's a human thing. We have to care because we have to have compassion. So again, please share this far and wide. Please raise awareness. We have to tell people about this. I haven't seen this documented anywhere. I'm not saying I'm the only one who's ever talked about the siege, but I think this is a very comprehensive breakdown, step by step. It's original investigative journalism. It's unbiased, open source data using figures from the IMF, the World Bank, the UN. You can't deny this. It's undeniable what is happening in Yemen. So again, I will paste the link. It's richardmedhurst.substack.com. And then when you go there, you will see the article, right? Again, I don't do paywalls. I know a lot of people, they want to make you pay to read content. I don't do that. Everything I do is free, videos, articles, it's all free. And I'm not asking you to donate. No, I just want you to share it. Please just raise awareness. That's all I ask. Not for me. Do it for Yemenis, please. Do it for their sake, because, you know, already no one cares. And now on top of it, everyone's focused on Ukraine. We can't just criticize people for giving Ukraine more attention. And again, I'm not trying to minimize the suffering in Ukraine, but we cannot just criticize news anchors and society for giving more attention to Ukraine. We actually have to be better ourselves. And this is why right now it's so important to say this. And, you know, especially when the Saudi coalition are saying, oh, there's a ceasefire. This is not a ceasefire. Just because you stop dropping the bombs doesn't mean you have stopped choking and starving Yemenis and depriving them of fuel, which in turn causes a ripple effect, a domino effect that is lethal. Lethal. Unless they lift the siege and stop the bombs, it's not a ceasefire. So do you understand again why I get so angry? Because this is sanctions, right? This is no different from sanctions. It's just another way of doing it. It's, you know, when we say sanctions or we say blockade, it's economic warfare. It's not, oh, you can't drive your car anymore. No, it's your economy is going to get destroyed. 40% inflation. Do you know how high that is? That is obscene. I still can't believe the figure. And again, it's not from me, it's from the IMF. Look it up on Google. This is astronomical. And again, I find it so disgusting how the government in Aden, which is the Saudi-backed government, they say we're the legitimate government. We are recognized by the UN. We have the central bank and all these things. But they don't pay any government salaries. How are you legitimate enough to tax Yemenis but not to pay them salaries? You're funny. And again, keep in mind, 80% of Yemen's population does not live under the control of the Saudi-backed government. So this Saudi-backed government in Aden that is taxing the fuel imports, right, and has control of the central bank, is taking no responsibility, right? They don't pay public salaries. They don't have to pay for infrastructure. They don't have to pay for security, for healthcare, nothing. They have A fraction of the responsibility, but all of the benefits. Wow, what a sweet deal. And again, if I could just guide you to the, if I could just bring your attention again to the table that we made, where you see where are all these costs going. What are these taxes that they're taking at Aden and these other ports? Look at this. You can see here that there are things like, and again, just to show you how we're trying to be neutral and unbiased. Look how in the table we wrote additional double taxes and custom duties. If we're being honest, we should write illegal, not additional, but just really to be as unbiased as possible, to be as objective as possible. I don't want any, here when I'm live with you and I'm walking you through the article, yes, I'm going to be opinionated, but the article itself, the report is not. And that's why we said additional, right? But if we're being real, it's a double illegal taxation, okay? And then of course, they are also taking additional royalties for military support to coalition forces, such as the security belt. So just let me put this into perspective for you. This government in Aden is making Yemenis pay for their own graves. Yeah. They are taxing Yemenis and taking that money and then using it to buy bombs to drop on Sana'a. Think about how twisted that is. And then they say we're the legitimate government. Thank you, Carrie, for the super chat. Before I forget, a lot of you sent many things when I was speaking to Scott. I'm sorry I didn't have time to read them. I didn't want to interrupt him, but I'm very grateful. And again, I will post the article below. Marvin says, who is selling them the bombs? Guess who? Of course, as I said, it's the UK, it's the US, it's Canada, it's Germany, indirectly. They do it through Italy. And they claim they're neutral, or they used to. And then, of course, it's did I say Canadians? You have the French, if I'm not mistaken. You have the Australians. Everyone is making some money from this, you know? Absolutely. And it's disgusting. I think it's really like, I mean, you know, Yemenis are already so poor and so crushed and suffering so much. I don't know what to call this except evil, except I don't know how you can bomb people like that and besiege them like this. This is evil. This is evil. And can I say another thing? I wanted to be as technical and accurate as possible with the report without overloading the readers with numbers. So one thing that I left out of the article, but I'll tell you right now, which again goes to kind of show how this siege serves no purpose. Even if the Saudi coalition, they want to claim that they're doing the siege to cut off revenue to the Houthis, to the Sana'a government. This doesn't even make any sense, because I have another clearance permit from another ship, which is let me pull it up for you. Hold on. So this is from which one is this? Gas Energy? Yeah, here we go. So this one is a ship called Gas Energy. And it was released, it was not released. It was given UN clearance on the 4th of January, so 4 months ago. This ship is carrying LPG, liquefied petroleum gas. Ships that are carrying LPG are not subject to import duties when they get to Hodeidah. So the Houthis, the Sana'a government, would not make any money from this ship anyway. So why are you withholding it if your goal is to cut off revenue to the Sana'a government? Do you see how it's really kind of just like, let's crush people that are living there. Let's make them suffer. That's really what it's about. There's no reason. And of course, the only possible a way to make money is the ships that are discouraged or from going to Hodeidah and are rerouted through Aden and Mukalla, the southern ports, where they will pay import duties. But I mean, in this case, the ones that are going to Hodeidah and being detained, like this one, it's carrying LPG. It doesn't pay any import duties. So why are they holding it? Man. Hedemaya says, thanks, Richard, for the report on Yemen. Don't thank me, but I appreciate it. I consider this a duty. This is my duty to put this out there. Again, I gotta admit, that was really funny. You had like some Saudi trolls attacking the report. Like, how did you have time to read that since I posted it? Yeah, I know you didn't read it. There's nothing to attack here. There's no opinion. It's literally just data. It's just numbers. The numbers are either from international organizations, IMF, World Bank, UN, or open source data. So if you're saying that they're not credible, we'll take that up with them. This is the data. I didn't fabricate it. The math is right. I'm working with a top of the top economist, and we ran through this thing a million times. So what is not credible? You just don't like what it says. It says that you're making Yemenis suffer and destroying their economy. That's what it says, and you don't like that. You meaning the Saudi coalition. And of course they don't want that because the bonds are already hard enough to explain. How do you explain this? What purpose does withholding a fuel vessel achieve? Please explain this to me. Because the Saudi coalition, they'll say things like, yeah, we have to bomb Yemen because we're fighting the terrorists and the Iran-backed terrorists and all these weird narratives they come up with. Okay, why are you withholding a fuel vessel for public consumption? What does that achieve? Explain what that achieves. Because the import duties, they're not much, man. I told you, that's why it's cheaper to go through Hodeidah, right? So usually no one would go through the other ports because not only are they further away, they're also more expensive. You would just go to Hodeidah. Again, I feel like I'm going to ramble on too much, but thank you, Daffodils. You're very kind. Afshin says fuel equals food. This is a genocide. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It affects everything. Again, look at the world economy right now. Do you see how the higher fuel prices are affecting everything else? If you think that's bad, I mean, Yemenis are going through it right now, and what. The stuff that's going to affect us in Europe or in the US, it affects Yemenis even worse, right? So what I was saying with the price of wheat, because Yemenis bring their wheat from Russia and Ukraine. I mean, if you think we're going to have it bad, the Yemenis are going to have it tenfold bad, And this goes for everything else. Higher fuel prices. Just to give you another example, again, I feel like a geek right now because I got all this information in my head and I didn't get to put all of it in the article, so I don't want to overload the readers. Another thing that I wanted to tell you, do you guys remember last year, or now it's 2 years ago during the pandemic, the price of oil went down. It was actually positive, right? So they were basically negative rather. So they were paying you to take the oil because they have no place to store it. Right? It's like minus $37 a barrel or something, right? So even that oil, and oil that was bought at a discount, by the time it got to Yemenis, the fines from being detained were so high that it didn't even help that the fuel was bought as a discount. So even when they got the cheap oil, the Saudi coalition still managed to make Yemenis pay extra through the nose for it. Do you see how frustrating this is? And another thing that I want to highlight. Another thing that I wanted to highlight is that when you bring the fuel through Hodeidah, which again is Yemen's biggest port, when you bring the fuel there, you sell it at the price that you got it for, right? So if you bought it cheap at $50 a barrel, it's $50 a barrel. The difference is in Aden and Mukalla, in the Saudi, the ports that belong to the Saudi-backed government, you have to, if you bought the barrel at $50, you have to resell it to the petroleum company at the current price. So if today it's 140 or 130 like it was the other day, again, you're losing money. And who pays for this? Yemenis. The Yemeni civilians at the pump. Oh, man. It's so frustrating. And another thing that I wanted to add, which I put in the article, just a few weeks ago, you had a donor conference for Yemen. Every year, all these countries, they get together at the UN and they have a donor conference and they try to raise money for Yemenis. And ironically, the ones that are pledging the most are the exact same countries that are bombing Yemen and imposing the siege on Yemen. This year, they couldn't even reach the goal. They only raised $1.7 billion out of 4.27. Now, again, aid is good, right? It helps, but it's not a solution. You even if the aid was high enough to pay for the higher fuel prices, it's still not, it wouldn't help because there's not enough fuel coming in because of the blockade, right? So the quantity is not even enough. And then the economy is in free fall. So many things are affected. No amount of aid is going to fix that. You have to lift the blockade. That is the message that has to be put through. It's not just stop the bombs. Absolutely stop the bombs, but lift the siege. And unless you lift the siege, the war is still ongoing. Economic warfare, siege warfare is war. It's just as lethal, if not more. And the ripple effect has the domino effect. It's absolutely lethal and deadly. Truly, literally deadly. I just read to you how hospitals cannot even store medicine. They cannot keep people in intensive care because of lack of fuel. You know, what more do I need to tell you? Not to mention people can't buy food. And everything else that comes with that. All the sectors that are disrupted. The agriculture, industry, service. Man, I can't even imagine. Like, I think it's just so, it's so massive. I don't think any one of us could comprehend the full scale of it, of how deadly and how damaging this siege warfare is. And so, again, thank you for the aid to Syria, to Yemen. It's not a solution. The solution is lift the blockade. And if the world really wants to help Yemen, they would do this. They would make sure that the Saudis lift the blockade. But of course, they're not going to do that because they are in bed with the Saudis and their coalition. And of course, they do it everywhere. You see similar effects in Syria, similar effects in Venezuela. Whether sanctions or blockade is still siege warfare. You see similar effects everywhere. And it's really heartbreaking. So, okay, hold on a second. We've got a donation here from Video Dam. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we have another one here from Arnaldo. Thank you, Arnaldo. And we also have one here from Amit. Thanks for standing up to billions, for billions of people of color. I mean, no need to thank me. I appreciate the support nonetheless. Thank you very much. And there's so many of you who donated on PayPal. YouTube as well. I have to go through them. Again, if you're new to this channel, I cover international relations. I cover the Middle East. I cover U.S. politics. So please subscribe. You will enjoy the content, even though the topics are not, always the most positive. Don't take my word for it. Ask the guys in the comment section right now. So, we're at 87,000 subscribers, 87,500. That would be really cool if we could get to 100,000. So tell your friends about the channel. And please tell them about this article about Yemen. It's very important. Okay, give me a second to read your super chats. Again, I need a moment to go through them all. So we have a sticker from Fiery Heart. Thank you. Kevin says the Saudi-backed government of Guaido. Basically, it's another one of those, you know. Lana says we are here to learn from you. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm happy that you guys are finding it informative and educational. Paul Lewis says great show. Thank you. Thank you. Crazy Puppet says if this plays out, I would change my name to Z Crazy Puppet. Like Zelensky or what? I don't know what that means. Yes, that's what you meant, I guess. Okay, guys, again, just give me a second to pull this up on the screen. I think you can see the Substack. So this is richardmedhurst.substack.com. This is where I post my articles. It's free. You don't even have to put in your email. You can literally just click let me read first. You don't have to put in email, nothing. Just click let me read first, and then you can see the article I just posted about Yemen. Every single thing I do is free. I don't charge anything. There's no paywalls, nothing. I don't do that. So this is the article. It's called Silent Killer, The Siege of Yemen. Of course, I'd be very happy. I'd be very grateful if you guys could also subscribe on other platforms than YouTube, because I'm always afraid of them censoring me. God forbid. So I'm on Rumble, Rockfin, Odyssey, Telegram, and Substack. Again, I put all these links below, so you don't have to memorize any of them, and you don't have to listen to me blurting out URLs every half an hour. If you guys would be so kind, I really need to go to the toilet. I've been sitting here for like 3 hours, so I need a quick bathroom break. Give me a second and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? I'll play the break screen. You guys go to the bathroom, get something to drink, and we'll reconvene in a second. We've got lots to cover. So just a second, okay?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn pop was.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look at what we've got. We have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of you who've just joined up Patreon, so thank you very much. We have Peter and Prairie who joined on Patreon, and you guys know what that means. New crab dance, and Claudia's been very kind enough to make that for us. So I'm gonna play it for you now. For those of you who have no clue what the hell I'm saying, Patreon is a website where you can donate monthly. Like $1 a month, and whenever we hit a membership goal, we've hit 750 now, I play a new crab dance. If you don't know what a crab dance is, you're just about to find out. So again, thank you guys for signing up, and here is the new crab dance. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9. Number 9 large.
we got him.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. That's a crab dance. Again, that was lovely having Scott Ritter on earlier. We spoke for almost 2 hours. I hope he'll come back on. He's great. He's really great. And thank you to John Mann for the Cash App donation. It said, for Brown Power, baby. Thanks for representing our people. Of course. Always. We have a donation here from Frank. There's no notes, but thank you nevertheless, Frank. It's a very kind donation. I appreciate that. We have another one that just came in. You guys got to give me a moment to keep up, eh? You're too kind. Sergey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, let me go back to what's happening in Russia, because this is a bit interesting. It's like, yeah, we're not going to cover anything good. It's just a bit interesting. It's quite interesting. So okay, let me start with this. Have you guys? Today's the deadline. You guys know that today's the deadline with the gas payments, right? So if Europe doesn't cough up rubles, ça va faire très mal tout ça. So let's see what we have over here. I'm gonna try and put everything together, in one, because it's a bit all over the place, and we've talked about this. So, just give me a moment. I'm getting everything ready. Don't be impatient. Okay, so well. I'm going to try and put multiple segments into one, okay? So we're going to try and do this way. So the deadline is upon us. the Europeans, the unfriendly nations, have to cough up rubles, right? Putin, Russia, have demanded that all gas payments, right? So all payments for gas must be done not in euros, not in US dollars, but in rubles, in the Russian currency. Because again, the ruble had lost a lot of its value because of the sanctions. Actually, one way to prop it up was, again, to increase the demand for rubles, right? And this is one of them. It appears to be working. Let me show you. That was the wrong transition. That was the wrong transition. I was trying to pull up a graph. Let me show you where the ruble is at. So before the war, it was at around 77 to the dollar. And now it's 81. So you could say it's recovered to pre-war levels, right? More or less. Now, again, Putin made that announcement about gas payments in rubles a week ago, and he told Gazprom, the Russian state-owned company, and the central bank, you got 1 week to hash this out, to hash out a plan. And now there was some talk that, the Europeans are just not going to pay for it. The G7 said no, because we're not paying for this. And the EU said no, we're not going to pay for these, gas contracts in rubles, because the contracts say euros. They don't say rubles. And you're violating the contract. Which, again, just as a side note, it sounds kind of weird, right? Because they're sending weapons to kill Russians. And they're like, you got to respect the contract. Well, you sanctioned Russia. So, I mean, respecting contracts kind of went out the window already. But nevertheless, I'm telling you both sides. So the Europeans claim that this is a breach of contract. Now, it appeared for a second that Putin and Scholz, the German chancellor, had reached some sort of compromise. And this is from Reuters, March 30th. They said that Germany says to still pay for Russian gas in euros and dollars after call between Scholz and Putin. So a government spokesperson said that Germany will continue to pay for Russian gas in euros or dollars, and that nothing has changed. And in a phone call between the leaders, Putin told the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz that nothing would change for European partners and payments would be made in euros and transferred to Gazprom Bank, which would convert the money into rubles, the German spokesperson said. So this is a new plan now, okay? Basically, the goal here is to still increase the demand for rubles, because they will have to be converted and therefore buying more rubles. And the idea is also to keep Gazprom Bank free of sanctions. I mean, at the same time, they had not sanctioned the energy sector anyway. But they basically tried some kind of solution so the Europeans can save face. Now, anyway, I'm going to play this clip for you here from Putin just yesterday. And let's take a look at what he had to say.
Сегодня мною подписан указ, который устанавливает правила торговли российским природным газом с так называемыми недружественными государствами. Мы предлагаем контрагентам из таких стран понятную и прозрачную схему. Чтобы приобрести российский природный газ, они должны открыть рублевые счета в российских банках. Именно с этих счетов будет вестись оплата газа, поставленного начиная с завтрашнего дня, с 1 апреля текущего года. Если же такие платежи не будут производиться, будем считать это неисполнением обязательств со стороны покупателей, со всеми вытекающими последствиями. Нам никто ничего бесплатно не продает. И мы тоже не собираемся заниматься благотворительностью. То есть действующие контракты будут остановлены. В ситуации, когда финансовая система западных стран используется как оружие, когда компании из этих государств отказываются исполнять контракты с российскими банками, предприятиями, физическими лицами, когда активы в долларах и евро замораживаются, использовать валюты этих стран не имеет смысла.
I hope you can hear me now. I'm not sure. I'm going to switch back. I was saying it's a win-win for Russia because basically now they're going to have to buy rubles anyway, just indirectly. So what does that mean? That means Russia's getting paid in rubles. The demand for rubles is going up, which shores up the currency. And then, this basically allows the Europeans to save face, right? You heard what the man said. He said basically that you have to open a bank account in rubles. I can assure you there's a lot of upset EU bureaucrats who think this is the worst April Fool's joke ever, right? Because he said April 1st. I mean, honestly, I don't know how long this is going to last because at the same time, you had a Russian official that said this is also, a temporary solution, right? So the other thing that you have to watch out for is when the contracts actually start. Let me walk you through this article from Reuters, which is just from a few hours ago on this topic, right? So they say that Russia's Gazprom Bank is the intermediary for ruble gas payments, okay? And I can see you guys in the comments. You think Putin is joking? He's not joking. Like it's not an April Fool's. He's real. I'm just thinking there must be some EU officials who are quite upset about this. In any case, so Putin decreed on Thursday that foreign buyers of Russian gas would have to use special accounts at Gazprom Bank to pay for the import of Russian gas. That's the video that I just played you, right? So a foreign buyer is now obliged to transfer foreign currency to one special so-called K account. Gazprom Bank would then buy rubles on behalf of the gas buyer to transfer rubles to another special K account. Now, Gazprom Bank would then transfer ruble funds from a K-type account of the foreign gas buyer to Gazprom's, okay? To Gazprom's ruble accounts. Gazprom Bank can open such accounts without a presence of a foreign buyer's representative. That's a lot of K accounts going on, right? But effectively, it achieves the same thing. Now, you have people in Europe who are basically saying, "Oh, this is not going to work in the long term. Yeah, you've regained the ruble's value for a bit, but what's the point? You're cut off from all the global markets." Again, maybe in the short term, man, but I think there's a bit of an arrogance here, thinking that Russia's cut off from the world. No, Russia's cut off from Western things, right? So if you think the world is just the West, yeah, and we're not going to lie. The major financial institutions are in the West, in London and Frankfurt and New York. Yes, fine. But you're not looking to the future. You don't see what's happening, man. You're missing the bigger picture. Ukraine is a catalyst for the multipolar world war that we're moving to. So again, whenever you think that Russia is been locked out of something, I wouldn't be so sure. Nord Stream 2 disappeared, perhaps indefinitely. Russia can turn east. Remember that. This is what I'm talking about. So one of you guys in the comments are saying, how long is it before Russia bans the word Germany bans the word K, the letter K? Yeah, because just saying that is so ridiculous. They banned a letter. I'm not even kidding. Like, Germany actually banned a letter. Look at this. Basically, this is from NPR. German states outlaw displays of the letter Z, a symbol of Russia's war in Ukraine. I've heard if you say Z, you can get away with it. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Anyway, just going back to the ruble. So, New Zealand Herald, their headline says, Russia-Ukraine war, the Russian ruble bounces back to pre-invasion levels, which is what I was showing you over here. So, they say Russia's ruble has recovered nearly all of its value after crippling sanctions in the wake of the invasion. The ruble is trading around 84 per dollar most of Wednesday, after gaining around 20% in the previous two sessions. So again, it's not entirely recovered, but it's doing, pretty good for a country that's the most sanctioned country on earth. Again, I wouldn't, if I were the Russians, I wouldn't be getting arrogant about this. Like, just because you're, floating, you're staying afloat, doesn't mean that you're home safe. So basically, I think that what they're doing now with the Europeans. I've seen a lot of comments. People are upset, you know? They said that Putin shouldn't have blinked. They say that he should have forced them to pay rubles. So not have Gazprom being an intermediary that converts the rubles for them or buys the rubles for them. But have them do it, you know? Like, you go buy it. You bring the rubles to me. Yeah, okay, man. But I think this solution, I mean, you know, what some people are suggesting, they say this solution might actually be the best compromise, because this way, Russia's going to continue to receive the revenue that it is owed for the gas, right? And then at the same time, by having Gazprom Bank act as an intermediary, you're still going to have this foreign currency coming in and then being converted to rubles or buying rubles on their behalf, which drives up the demand and then basically the value of the ruble. Now, is that going to be enough? I don't know, man. I don't have a crystal ball. But I think that given the situation, I wouldn't say that Putin blinked, you know? I think honestly that if he wanted to be a real, if he wanted to really screw them, he would just turn off the gas. I mean, when I say he, it's Russia, right? I hate people who talk about this like it's one man who has the like biggest land mass on earth. Russia's a country, okay? If the Russians really wanted to be mean, they could just turn off the gas valves. Yes, it would hurt them, no doubt. That's like 30 billion euros of revenue a year. But in the long term, they have alternatives, right? So I'm just, my point here is that some people consider this to be the diplomatic compromise. So you're making sure that you're not burning bridges with the Europeans, because man, I'm telling you something. If that gas turns off, you know, this is going to be much bigger than Ukraine. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be a world war, but you know, you're going to be burning bridges with Europe for sure. Europe is not going to forget that, and vice versa. So I think this is perhaps the compromise, the diplomatic compromise. So basically, again, just to be clear, when people are saying that Putin blinked, I don't know if that's accurate assessment, because again, the bank, Gazprom Bank, is Russian, but the account will belong to these European countries. So it's basically like they are the ones buying the rubles. Do you understand? So the effect is the same in the end. It's just that he found a diplomatic way of doing it, so to speak. So another thing that you guys have to consider is that there are other things happening at the same time. You know, Europe is not the only, is not the center of the world. I want to show you something very interesting here. Now, this is Sergei Lavrov, who's the foreign minister, right? Let's take a look at what he had to say when he was visiting China just yesterday.
Формируется новая реальность, когда однополярный мир безвозвратно уходит в прошлое, и когда складывается многополярная реальность. Это объективный процесс, его невозможно остановить. Реальность, в которой будет не одна держава править, а в которой необходимо договариваться между всеми ключевыми государствами, которые сегодня имеют решающее влияние на мировую экономику, на мировую политику, и которые при этом, осознавая свое особое положение, обеспечивают базовые принципы Устава ООН, которые начинаются с основополагающего принципа суверенное равенство государств. Никто на этой земле не должен рассматриваться как второстепенный игрок. Все равны и все суверенны. Формируется новая реальность.
Again, do you see how important this is what he's saying? Everything that I've been telling you, again, I'm not trying to say like everything I say is gospel, but this corroborates what we've been seeing, the pattern that we've been seeing, where you have a global realignment. Again, the war in Ukraine is not just confined to Ukraine. It's a catalyst for global realignment. And we saw many clues. We're seeing a pattern, right? We saw, for example, that India was not fazed by these threats of sanctions, continuing its relation with Russia. Pakistan continuing its relationship with Russia. China refusing to sanction Russia. a lot of countries that are not towing the Western line. And again, we're talking about almost half the world's population. I know people like to think the West is the center of the world. It's not, man. It's not. The countries that have sanctioned Russia are, you know, the United States, Canada, Japan, the EU, it's, you know, and Australia. It's the Five Eyes and a few of their buddies. Most of the world does not see eye to eye. And so this is very important because he went to China. This is the first visit since the beginning of the war by the Russians to China. And he gets there, and what does he say? He says what we've been thinking all along, where you're seeing the emergence of a multipolar world, you're seeing the emergence of a global realignment. And that means de-dollarization. And how are we seeing this? We saw this with the Saudis considering, at least contemplating, selling oil to China, not in US dollars, but in Chinese yuan. We saw that in India buying oil at a discount from Russia, not in US dollars, but in rubles. We saw China and Russia settle a gas deal in, I think it was in euros, but still, they are also considering with yuan. And so they have other options that are coming. I mean, it's not fair to limit China and Russia's cooperation to, you know, one gas deal. It's much bigger than that. And so, you know, they've basically pushed Russia into China's arms because now we have Union Pay, which came into the Russian market and took over Visa and MasterCard, right? That's also something very important in terms of collaboration, economic collaboration between Russia and China, also in the financial domain, right? So not just what currency is being used, but also the financial systems having Union Pay linked to Russia's Mir. And then, of course, Venezuela and Iran wanting to link their systems to Mir. There's so many things happening at once. And he just effectively, you know, confirms that by saying it out loud. We saw it in their actions, but now he said it out loud. And we saw last week, of course, the ambassadors of the BRICS to Russia. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So we obviously there is no Russian ambassador to Russia, but you saw Lavrov, the foreign minister, with the Brazilian, Indian, Chinese, and South African ambassadors, right? So these, again, are the most important economies. Now, Brazil has voted to condemn Russia at the UN, but nevertheless, they have not like cut off ties or been as, you know, standoffish with the Russians as we've seen Europe and others. So, and of course, the other members of the BRICS refused to condemn Russia at the UN. So many things happening at once. And I think this is very significant. Again, literally, he says it word for word. A new reality is taking shape. The unipolar world is irretrievably receding into the past, and a multipolar world is being born. Again, like, I think this is incredible just from a historical standpoint, from a geopolitical standpoint. You know, regardless of the tragedy that's happening in Ukraine, because again, there are a lot of civilians that are being displaced, killed. It's horrible. War is horrible. But my point is that we should see Ukraine, not just what's happening in Ukraine, but as a global, as a catalyst for global change. I really think it's important to see that. And the fact that, you know, the Putin demanding gas payments in rubles, and he's going to get his way. I know, again, some people say that he blinked. I don't really agree with that. Again, so Gazprom is the state-owned gas company, which sells gas to Europe, but there's Gazprom Bank, which handles the payments for it, right? So basically, they're still going to be buying the gas in rubles, the Europeans. They're just going to do it indirectly with accounts, with ruble accounts that they own. And Putin is very clear, if you don't open an account, we will consider that as a default on the payment, and you're not going to get any gas. We'll turn off the valves, right? So if they don't go to Gazprom and get a ruble account where they will send the euros and then they are converted from this special K account to another K account into rubles, they will turn off the gas. So in the end, Russia's getting its way. And this is, of course, not just helping to shore up Russia's currency during the sanctions. You know, people are so focused on that, like they're saying, like, yeah, but that's not going to last for long. And the Russians are just lucky, and you'll see they're cut off from everything else. The currency will go downhill. That's not the point, you dingus. That's not the point. Regardless of the sanctions because of Ukraine on Russia, the fact that Russia's making them pay in rubles is incredible. This is the decline of the petrodollar. It's a decline of Western hegemony, euros. You know, when we say Western hegemony, I'm talking specifically monetary hegemony, meaning euros and US dollars. It's very significant. I wouldn't underestimate it. It doesn't mean tomorrow morning going to flip a switch and it's going to be, oh, we're a multipolar world from one day to the next. No, but this is a catalyst. At least that's what I'm seeing from this. I hope you would agree with me, because it's very interesting. And I think you're certainly seeing a global realignment, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Pauna says, Richard, why is the U.S. telling citizens to leave Ukraine? The U.S. is telling U.S. citizens to leave Ukraine? Well, I mean, they've been saying that for a month, haven't they? They said that before the war started, or the operation. I don't really care what people want to call it. I mean, it's 24th of February. Before that, they were already saying that. So I think this is normal. You always have these travel advisories, you know, if you go on the State Department website, or in the UK, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, you'll see they have travel advice for every country on, on the planet. And even if there's nothing serious happening, or as serious as this, they sometimes still tell people to leave. And it's just normal. I was expecting that. I mean, it's just a precaution they take. If that's what you're referring to, unless I misunderstood something. Thank you, Delma, for the super chat. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Noman, as well. Let me see something else I wanted to show you so have you guys seen what's happening in terms of so let's take a look at this. This is from New York Times. They said the White House confirmed a plan to release up to 180 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve, hoping to drive energy prices down. Well, let's take a look. So under growing pressure to bring down high energy prices, President Biden announced on Thursday that the United States would release up to 180 million barrels of oil from a strategic reserve to counteract the economic impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. No. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is one thing. The United States and the EU putting sanctions on Russia is another. They took a crappy situation and made it worse. I love the ability of them to like kind of just act like, there's an entire chunk in a sequence of events that just didn't happen. So with midterm elections just months away, gasoline prices have risen nearly $1.50 a gallon over the last year. Again, do you know how much people in Yemen are paying? I told you that in the investigative piece that I just published in the report on the siege. People in Yemen are paying $9.50 per gallon. That's one of the poorest countries on earth. And that's because of the Saudi-led siege, backed by the United States, backed by the UK. And you see here how they say the cost of diesel, the fuel used by most farmers and shippers, has climbed even faster, threatening to push up already high inflation on all manner of goods and services. If you think this is bad, again, look at the effect on Yemen. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I documented in the report that I published. You don't have fuel, everything is screwed as a result. And the worst part is that, okay, you want to go ahead and blame the Russians for invading Ukraine on these higher prices. Who are you going to blame the higher prices on? The fuel shortage in Yemen. That's direct consequence of the Saudi blockade. That blockade could not function without help from the US and the UK. That's a fact. Fact. You're going to blame that on the Russians too? This is evil. This is evil, man. So in any case, basically, Biden is saying our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply, and the bottom line is if we want lower gas prices, we have to have more oil supply right now. Mr. Biden's plan to release 1 million barrels of oil a day for 180 days would represent roughly 5% of American demand and 1% of global demand. To put that in context, Russian oil exports are down about 3 million barrels a day. The US benchmark of oil price fell about 6% on Thursday. So you guys remember that Russia was supplying 3% of the United States oil? Again, just so you remember this, the United States is the top producer of oil in the world, but it consumes more than it produces, so it has to import oil. And it gets that from Saudi Arabia, it gets that from a bunch of other countries. Russia was only 3%. But if we look at the top producers, it's the US, Saudi Arabia, and Russia. Okay? But again, the US is a net importer. So that, again, really it would leave you with Saudi and Russia. In any case. Largely as a result of the ceaseless war, energy experts expect oil prices to stay high for a while without big interventions like the US reserve release. Okay, so reaction from the oil industry to Mr. Biden's announcement was muted. The reserve has mostly been used to increase the supply of oil during wars, foreign threats to energy supplies, or natural disasters. Smaller reserve releases by the Biden administration starting late last year have had little impact on the prices that drivers and businesses pay for fuel. Quote, it will lower the oil price a little and encourage more demand, said Scott Sheffield, chief executive of Pioneer Natural Resources, which is a major Texas oil company. He says it's a band-aid on a significant shortfall of supply. The American Petroleum Institute, which represents oil and gas companies, said Mr. Biden ought to encourage domestic oil production by reducing regulations. So basically, yeah. How about some more fracking? And how about those pipelines that you canceled? Let's bring them back. Let's screw the natives. Let's just, build over their land, pollute their land. We have to do this. It's the price of democracy. The reserve was put in place to reduce the impact of significant supply chain disruptions, said Mike Summers, the group's president. And while today's release may provide some short-term relief, it is far from a long-term solution to the economic pain Americans are feeling at the pump. Again, man, let me be very clear. I don't want to downplay the economic pain that Americans are feeling at the pump, because those Americans, they're like you and me. Most of my audience are Americans, if I'm not mistaken. It's just the average Joe. It's not their fault, and they're feeling the pain while the rich are swimming in money. I get that. I'm just appealing to you because I want you to understand the severity of the siege in Yemen, because I just published a report on this. So if you're paying $4 a gallon in the US, which is a lot, I'm not denying that, or $5, just imagine Yemenis are paying $9.50 per gallon. And that's one of the poorest countries on earth. I want to put that in perspective so people can empathize with them. Do you know what I mean? So that doesn't mean people don't feel the pain in the US. Absolutely. But just try to put that into context, so you maybe get an idea, you can visualize what the siege means. Because maybe sometimes it's hard to visualize. What's a blockade? What does that translate into? That's what it translates into. So after sinking to historically low levels during the early months of the coronavirus pandemic, oil prices have been climbing for the last year, reaching their highest levels in nearly a decade. And again, this is true, right? So oil prices, they were so low at the beginning, if like 2020, right, during the pandemic, it was in the negative, right, in the minus. So they were paying you to take the oil because there's no place to store it, because the demand went down. And again, for Yemen, there was a lot of oil, of cheap oil, that was bought around that period. And because the Saudi coalition is detaining fuel ships for so long, the demurrage fines every day added up that any benefit that was obtained by buying cheap oil was gone, because Yemenis ended up paying through the nose again. Any tiny amount of respite of help is just gone out the window in every situation. It makes me really sad. Oil exploration and production in the US and elsewhere slid during the pandemic and still has not quite recovered. American companies, under pressure from investors, have been cautious about spending too much money to drill new wells, lest prices fall again. Instead, many have been paying out larger dividends and buying back their stock. Now, while that calculation might make sense for individual businesses, it's caused political problems for Democrats who had hoped to reduce the use of fossil fuels to address climate change. Now under attack from Republicans for higher prices, Mr. Biden and Democrats are trying to get the oil industry to drill more. Wow. You remember Biden is like, I'm going to be a green president? I don't know if he even actually said that. Like, he would never go that far. He got insulted when Trump said he's going to ban fracking. He's like, no, I'm not going to ban fracking. How dare you? I love destroying the environment. Wow. So much for the Green New Deal and that committee that they had, right? God, it's pathetic. Both sides of the political divide are eyeing the November congressional election when inflation is expected to be a major issue. Reacting, so again, they only care about the elections, right? Like, they don't care about about the people paying higher prices. They don't care about you. They don't care about the turmoil. No, it's just the elections. Of course. So, Kevin McCarthy, Republican leader in the House, accused the president of attacks on American energy production in order to fulfill his campaign promise to get rid of fossil fuels. Biden never promised that. I don't even know where they get this from. Biden is a huge friend of the fossil fuel industry and the credit card industry and the military. I don't know where they get these things from. It's so comical. It's really comical. There we go. Gas is more than $4 per gallon. The administration plans to call on Congress to require companies to produce oil on more than 12 million acres of federal lands that are already permitted for extraction or pay fines, a proposal that will probably face an uphill climb. Energy experts said the reserve release would pack more punch if other countries, like China, also sold oil from their stockpiles. The International Energy Agency, an organization of more than 30 countries, will meet Friday and may recommend further releases from national reserves. Russian oil exports normally represent more than 1 of every 10 barrels the world consumes. The US, Britain, and Canada have stopped importing Russian oil, and many oil companies and shippers in Europe have voluntarily stopped buying Russia's energy products. That has produced a deficit so far of about 3 million barrels per day. Now, the average price of regular gasoline in the US is $4.23 a gallon, according to AAA. That's about the same as it was a week ago, but up 62 cents a gallon in the last month. Oil prices had dropped this week after peace talks between Russia and Ukraine showed their first signs of progress. Energy traders are also concerned that demand could fall as China, the world's largest oil importer, imposes lockdowns in Shanghai. So yeah, again, we saw that China gets about, what was it, 12% of its oil from Saudi Arabia? No, it's got to be a bigger chunk than that. But this is why it was significant that they're considering getting all that done in Chinese yuan instead of dollars. Okay, so I have figures. Well, 2014 is old. That's not going to do us any good. 2010, no, hell no. Here's 2020. This should be more accurate. So Saudi Arabia is hold on. I was close. I said 12%. It's actually 15.9%. So I was close enough. But it's a significant chunk, right? It's a very significant chunk. In any case, just going back to what they're saying here, some environmentalists criticize the reserve release, saying putting more oil on the market is not the solution to our problem, but the perpetuation of our problem. Well, of course, you think they're not going to say, let's, turn to renewables or invest in green energy. No. Like, let's pollute more, which is really, I don't know. It's kind of sad and comical at the same time. Here's something else, right? So going back to Saudi Arabia, this release is not without risk. Goldman Sachs analysts wrote in a research note that a large discharge could cause congestion on the Gulf Coast, keeping new oil production from fields in West Texas out of pipelines and storage tanks. Mr. Biden's move
could also discourage Saudi Arabia and other producers from increasing supply to reduce prices. OPEC Plus, a group led by Saudi Arabia that includes Russia, on Thursday decided to maintain a policy of only modestly increasing supply. So again, you guys know that Biden wants the Saudis, the Emiratis to increase oil production to drive down the prices. This is part of the same plan. And they disagreed, right? Because they're upset that Biden is not giving them more support to kill Yemenis, which is, I mean, just wow. You know, like, have you not done enough? You know, have you not done enough? This is what's so sick also when you think about it. I mean, Saudi Arabia is swimming in oil, right? They also have got good gas. And they're right next door, and they're making sure that Yemenis are like just starving, right? I mean, not just from a fuel shortage, but of course that leads to shortages of everything, food and medicine. So yes, actually starving. It's really evil. And I know I'm mentioning Yemen all the time because I just finished the report, and it really annoys me. It makes me angry. I feel like it's good to put it into context. It's all related. As you can see, it's a global market. And I think, honestly, I don't think this is going to work. Let me explain why. And I'm just speculating, but the higher oil prices, you saw how when the war started, they went up. And then when there's a sign of peace talks, they went down. They're not dependent on the U.S. releasing 1 million barrels a day for 180 days. I don't think that's the biggest, you know, it's not going to have the biggest effect. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think it's reasonable to assume that the you know, the most potent factor when it comes to oil prices right now and gas prices is in fact what's happening in Ukraine. It is in fact decisions like, you know, buying gas in rubles as opposed to euros and dollars, things de-dollarizing. These things have a huge impact. I think the war in Ukraine more than, you know, for example, Russia demanding payments in gas, but that's gas. So I just want to focus on crude. Other things that would have a much bigger effect than this are getting Venezuelan oil and getting Iranian oil. I'm quite confident in that. And that's why the Biden administration really wants the Iran nuclear deal back, and why they want, you know, they want Maduro's oil, sending a delegation to kiss his ass. I think that would account for a lot more in terms of lowering oil prices. Absolutely. You know, the Iranians, they're major oil producer, right? So immediately you'd have millions of barrels of oil on the market every day as a result. That would absolutely drive down oil prices, no question. I don't think entirely, but certainly it would do well. And I know people like to blame Russia because, you know, the nuclear deal's been put on hold. It was, again, I'm one of the only people covering this thing. And it was days away from being signed. I mean, it was very close. The Americans, the West, blame Russia for demanding a written guarantee that if the nuclear deal is back and the US rejoins, Iran will not be punished for its ties, for its economic trade with Russia. So they wanted this written guarantee. And everyone says, oh, Russia ruined the nuclear deal or prolonged it. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's true. There are other factors that no one mentions or rarely mentions because they want to kind of, you know, put all the blame on Russia because it's fashionable. It's the trend. Number one, Iran wants the IRGC lifted from the, you know, list of terrorist groups in the US. The IRGC is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is an elite unit in Iran's armed forces. And that is a big thing that needs resolving. And from my understanding, that was not guaranteed yet. So it's not just dependent on, you know, Russia's guarantee. And the other thing, of course, is, you know, the US is still stealing Iranian fuel and selling it and still putting sanctions on Iran. They just put sanctions on Iran today, right? So take a look at this. Look, US sanctions target suspected suppliers to Iran ballistic missile program. Again, this is just needlessly putting pressure on Iran. That's what it is. And so when you have the US continuing to play bully, I mean, that's not really indicating good faith, is it? The whole point of getting the US getting back in the nuclear deal is lifting sanctions. So, you know, it's like if the deal is I don't kick your clothes on the floor anymore, and then I keep kicking your clothes on the floor. I mean, what kind of impression does that give you? That's like the worst analogy ever. You get the idea, man. It's just this is provocative. That's what it is. This is provocative behavior. So in any case, I think those would have the biggest effect. I don't know how much this is going to help the U.S., but they say here that the U.S. reserve contains nearly 600 million barrels, which is approximately a month of total American consumption, and it can release up to 4.4 million barrels a day. The stockpile was established after the 73 energy crisis when Saudi Arabia and other Arab producers proclaimed an oil embargo. That is when Saudi Arabia had some balls and actually stood up for, for its Arab brothers and sisters. But we are not in that day and age anymore. In any case, I think it's interesting. We should wait to see what happens. And I don't think this is going to have a huge effect. I could be wrong, but we'll see. Just a second. I want to show you something over here. Ah, very good. So Claudia just was kind enough to send me something. I know we just went through this, but I kind of want to go through it again. So, hey, actually, I forgot to do something. Where are you guys tuning in from? You didn't tell me. Let me know right now in the comments. Where are you watching from? And let's see if I can keep up with you guys. Okay, so hold on. Let's pull this up again. Okay. So I see you guys are tuning in from Georgia, Kentucky, Chile, Malaysia, Singapore, Switzerland. Oh, I can't read it anymore. Serbia, Malaysia, Las Vegas, Brazil, China, Iran, California, Russia, New York, London, Mars, Germany. Wow. Oman, New Zealand, the American Empire, Pakistan. Lovely. Philippines. That's amazing. I love that so much. That's absolutely amazing. So give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to set something up because I want to go through this with you again. Let's see. Okay, so this is Okay. Okay, so again, I want to go through this because I think it's important, and I like talking about it. So, when it comes to the gas, right? Today's the deadline. You know, Russia was very clear. All the unfriendly countries, which includes Europe, European Union, you know, they get 40% of their gas from Russia, and so a lot of EU member states are dependent on Russian gas. You know, March 31st, right? It was March 31st. I played you the video. Yeah. Can you guys actually hear me? I think my audio was cut off for a second. Sorry about that. I also need to drink something. I don't know if you guys could hear me. I think it should be working now. I can see. So, again, today's the deadline. You know, Russia said very clearly that all the unfriendly countries, which includes a good chunk of the EU member states, you know, they have to start paying for their gas in rubles, in the Russian currency. And again, Europe gets 40% of its gas from Russia. So this is, of course, a tactic. This is a strategy to shore up the value of the ruble, because after being hit with sanctions, I mean, again, Russia is the #1 sanctioned country on earth now. The value of the ruble plummeted. Now, that's changed, right? Because after this announcement by Putin that, you know, if you don't pay in rubles, we're going to turn off the gas. The value of the ruble went up. Let's take a look. Here's from Business Standard. The ruble becomes the best performing currency in March, soars to 83 to the dollar. Look over here. This is actually a bit old, I think, from a few days ago. But if you just go on Google, right, just type so one US dollar in rubles. Look at that. If you look at the value of the ruble, so let's say 14th of February, it's at 67, so 76 to the dollar. 14th of February, it's 76 to the dollar. Now it's at 81 to the dollar. So it's regained almost, you know, all of its value. And the idea was that you guys have 1 week to set this up. You know, Putin told the Russian state-owned gas company Gazprom and the Russian central bank, you have until March 31st to come up with a plan so that gas payments are now in rubles, right? And the Europeans, you know, they think that the gas is going to fall from the sky. They're just going to import liquefied natural gas from the US and everything will be okay. Yeah, good luck with that. You got one, the deadline is today. It takes 5 years to build an LNG terminal. So good luck with that. In any case, here's the latest announcement. This is from yesterday. And Putin is basically saying that all of you, those countries who want to come buy Russian gas, you have to pay up in rubles, and you're going to open a bank account in rubles.
Сегодня мною подписан указ, который устанавливает правила торговли российским природным газом с так называемыми недружественными государствами. Мы предлагаем контрагентам из таких стран понятную и прозрачную схему. Чтобы приобрести российский природный газ, они должны открыть рублевые счета в российских банках. Именно с этих счетов будет вестись оплата газа, поставленного начиная с завтрашнего дня, с 1 апреля текущего года. Если же такие платежи не будут производиться, будем считать это неисполнением обязательств со стороны покупателей, со всеми вытекающими последствиями. Нам никто ничего бесплатно не продает. И мы тоже не собираемся заниматься благотворительностью. То есть действующие контракты будут остановлены. В ситуации, когда финансовая система западных стран используется как оружие, когда компании из этих государств отказываются исполнять контракты с российскими банками, предприятиями, физическими лицами, когда активы в долларах и евро замораживаются. Использовать валюты этих стран не имеет смысла.
There you go. There you go. So everyone was wondering who's going to blink. Who's going to blink first? Are the Europeans going to go and get the rubles? Because remember, Europe is sending 200 to 800 million euros every day to Russia for gas. The US banned Russian energy imports, the UK and Canada, but they're not dependent on Russian gas. The Europeans are. They couldn't ban that. They'll freeze. There will be no more electricity. Disaster, economic disaster. So the question was, who's going to blink first? Is Putin going to back down and say, okay, fine, you can pay in euros and dollars, or will the Europeans, swallow their pride and go convert their euros to rubles? Well, you can see Putin did not blink. Now, some people think that he's blinking here because he's not telling them to directly send rubles to the Europeans. I don't agree with that. I don't think he blinked. I think he got what he wanted. Russia got what he wanted, because now the European countries have to go open a bank account in rubles at Gazprom Bank. Okay? And so they will come and put the euros in this account, and then Gazprom Bank will convert them to rubles, will buy rubles, which are then sent to Russia. So it's the same thing. You have the demand for rubles increasing because they have to buy rubles to make the payment, and the payment is going to Russia. And so this shores up the value of the ruble. And again, you're going to have people say, well, yeah, but it's just temporary, and Russia's isolated from world markets and it can't do anything. Hey, man, you listen, until today, those gas payments were being done mostly in euros. Not anymore. Not anymore. This has nothing to do with Ukraine. Ukraine is a catalyst for global realignment. This is heavy. This is huge. This is explosive, because this is undermining Western monetary hegemony. And it is also coming at a time where the Russians are effectively backing the ruble with gold. So at the same time that this is happening, look at this. So by pegging gold to the ruble, Russia has just wiped out the dollar's clout from the world markets. Right? So recently, the Russian central bank announced that it will put the ruble on a gold standard. The bank pegged 1 gram of gold to 5,000 rubles. Now that means one troy ounce of gold, or 32 grams of gold, would now cost hold on, I'm having trouble reading this. What is this? 1,060,000 rubles? Why would you write it that way? In any case, at the current exchange rate, 32 grams of gold would roughly equal $1,600 in Russia. So let me explain that to you, man. Before before this, Bretton Woods, end of World War II, the Americans pegged the ruble to the gold standard. The ruble. At the end of World War II in Bretton Woods, the Americans pegged the US dollar to the gold standard. Then Nixon removed that. You had the de facto creation of the petrodollar, where the US dollar is backed by oil sales being done exclusively in dollars. Now, this is not entirely the same, but you're seeing how Russia's currency is now being backed by gas and gold. So like actual commodities. And of course, there's crude. Now, that doesn't mean that, oh my God, the ruble is now going to be, the world's strongest currency. No. It just shows you that the attempts to sanction Russia have backfired in the long term, because now you have made sure that major energy sales are not conducted anymore in US dollars or euros. And you have made sure that the Russians pursue a new monetary policy, which is going to de-dollarize them from the Western economy, or let's say the Western financial institutions, which run the world economy. Now, Russia started doing this in 2014, right? They started de-dollarizing their foreign reserves, preferring gold. This is another very, very significant move. And
again, just to walk you through this, over here,
I have signed a decree that states the rules for trading Russian natural gas with so-called
this is from
unfriendly
Reuters.
countries.
They say Russia's Gazprom bank is the intermediary for ruble gas payments, Putin orders
purchasers from
so
those countries.
a foreign buyer, so that could be Germany, for example, right? Germany gets a good chunk of its gas from Russia. So Germany would now be obliged to transfer foreign currency, so euros, to a special K account.
Starting tomorrow,
okay?
April 1st of this
now,
year.
Gazprom Bank would then buy rubles on behalf of Germany, or Germany is just our example. So Gazprom Bank would then buy rubles on behalf of Germany to transfer rubles to another special K account.
For free.
Gazprom Bank would then transfer the ruble funds from a K type. Hey, that's not fair. I don't know why Putin thinks it's okay to speak over me. Halt! So take a look, man. This is how it works. Let's say you're Germany, okay? Germany gets a lot of its gas from Russia, well over 40%. Germany cannot send euros anymore to Russia. That's not how it works. Germany has to go open a K account at Gazprom Bank, okay? And then once the money is there, the euros are in that account, Gazprom Bank is going to buy rubles, okay? And then they're going to transfer these rubles to a special K account, okay? Now, Gazprom Bank then transfers these ruble funds from the K-type account, so of the foreign gas buyer, that will be Germany, to Gazprom's ruble accounts. And so Gazprom Bank can open these accounts even without the presence of a foreign buyer's representative. Now, this is huge because, once again, basically Putin is giving them the diplomatic way out. Perhaps someone wouldn't agree that it's very diplomatic. It's kind of straight up in the face. But it's basically Russia getting its way, being able to buy, being able to have the demand for rubles increase, and getting the Europeans to do it for them, because the Europeans have to go open these accounts. They're their accounts. So Germany's going to have this ruble account in a Russian bank that is not sanctioned, of course, buying rubles on their behalf, which go to Russia, and that increases the demand of the ruble. And this is what Putin was saying. If they don't do this, if they don't open this account, the gas valves will be turned off. That's it. And he was not making an April Fool's joke, because he said the deadline is tomorrow. Well, now it's April 1st. It's not an April Fool's joke. I think he's quite serious. And he, of course, had a call with Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, right? And this is when they made the deal, essentially. Actually, they didn't. Look at this. Scholz did not agree to this procedure in the conversation, but asked for written information to better understand the procedure. Now, I'm just speculating, but to me, that means that he needed to go consult with his masters in the United States before he could say yes. Now, here's a very interesting... again, I'm going to play this for you once again. This is Lavrov, Russian foreign minister. Look what he's saying.
Формируется новая реальность, когда однополярный мир безвозвратно уходит в прошлое, и когда складывается многополярная реальность. Это объективный процесс, его невозможно остановить. Реальность, в которой будет не одна держава править, а в которой необходимо договариваться между всеми ключевыми государствами, которые сегодня имеют решающее влияние на мировую экономику, на мировую политику, и которые при этом, осознавая свое особое положение, обеспечивают базовые принципы Устава ООН, которые начинаются с основополагающего принципа суверенное равенство государств. Никто на этой земле не должен рассматриваться как второстепенный игрок. Все равны и все суверенны. Формируется новая реальность, когда однополярный мир безвозвратно уходит в прошлое, И когда складывается многополярная реальность, это...
So that's the most important line. A new reality is taking shape. The unipolar world is irretrievably receding into the past, and a multipolar world is being born. Very, very important words. Again, we didn't need his speech to confirm it. We've seen it through the actions, but I thought I'd play it to you nonetheless because it is important. And there you go. There you go. So... I think this is really huge. Honestly, I hope I explained it well enough. I hope, again, I've gone through it twice now, but I hope I've conveyed to you. I hope I've communicated to you how significant this is. Again, here's from ABC News. Putin talked tougher, saying Russia will start accepting ruble payments starting Friday for Western countries that impose sanctions over its conflict with Ukraine. He said contracts will be stopped if buyers don't sign up to the new conditions, including opening ruble accounts in Russian banks. If these payments are not made, we will consider it a failure of the buyer, and then, of course, no more gas. Speaking shortly after Putin's announcement, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz gave a non-committal initial response to Russia's new conditions. He said the gas contracts stipulate payment mostly in euros and sometimes in dollars. He said he made clear to Putin in a phone call Wednesday that it will stay this way. Quote, what his ideas are for how this can happen is what we will now look at closely. But in any case, what goes for companies is that they want to and will be able to pay in euros. Again, that doesn't change anything. Russia is still going to get paid in rubles. It's just via an intermediary. I mean, it would have been anyway if they'd had to go and get it from somewhere else. So the Italians don't seem too convinced. Draghi noted that Russia has no other market for its gas. No, that's not true. This is not true. This is just arrogance. This is so stupid. Like, Europe has no other avenue for gas. Russia can get gas sold elsewhere. This is arrogance. Come on. It's just pick up a map, dude. Just pick up a map. Are you serious? Ay. In any case, give me a second, guys. We have a donation here from Andre. It says, thank you for sharing on Yemen injustice. Of course, no need to thank me, but I appreciate it nonetheless. And thank you, Frank, for the PayPal. I really appreciate it. I see a lot of you have commented on the Yemen article that I did. I appreciate that very much. Again, for those of you who just tuned in, I've written an investigative piece. So this is original reporting, and it's about the siege in Yemen. So the article is called "Silent Killer: The Siege of Yemen." I did this with a friend of mine. Well, I mean, he approached me, and now we're friends. But he's an Oxford economist, and he worked at the World Bank. He's from Yemen, and his name's Amir. And we put this report together, showing how the Saudi Arabian siege, or we should say the Saudi coalition, right? Because the Saudi coalition is Saudi Arabia, the UAE,
you know, and a bunch of other Arab countries in the Gulf, backed by the US, backed by the UK. They've put a siege, a blockade on Yemen, stopping fuel from going to the port of Hodeidah. And this, of course, has huge ripple effects, right? If you don't have fuel, everything is ruined. Everything is ruined. Everything is a huge disaster. So this is original investigative reporting. And I know every time someone talks about Yemen, if they talk about Yemen, they mostly talk about the bombs or they talk about the famine. This article talks about the siege. It breaks down bit by bit how the siege works. So, you know, please just give me 20 minutes of your time so I can explain this to you. And this is original reporting, and I did it with a Yemeni economist. He's an Oxford graduate. He worked at the World Bank. He's been an economist for decades. And, you know, all of this data is from the UN, the World Bank, the IMF. We use these sources on purpose so no one can accuse this report of being biased. Is no opinion here, it's just facts. And it shows you how terrible the siege on Yemen is. And no one talks about this. So again, please, you know, give me 20 minutes of your time just to explain this. And please share the video, share the article far and wide, because we need to raise awareness about this. The suffering of Yemenis that is caused by this siege is unimaginable. You know, people complain about paying $4 per gallon. Yemenis are paying $9 per gallon. And that, you know, this is one of the poorest countries on earth. So let me walk you through this. I'll put the article there, right? So in any case. All right, guys. All right. In the article I wrote, I have 86,000 subscribers. I just made like a one-line bio. We're 87, so thank you for that very much. Thank you for all of you who've just joined. Again, if I can please plug the show. I don't think I've plugged it. If you would like to support my work, again, I don't do paywalls, so you don't like get anything extra. All my work is free, and if you like it, please support. Right now, I don't know if we have a new Patreon thing. I think we're like something... Hold on, let me check. Yeah, we're 769 subscribers on Patreon. So the goal is 800, and we're getting pretty darn close. We're 31 subscribers away. 31 subscribers away. So in any case, Patreon is a website. You can donate $1 or €1 a month. You know, you can stop anytime you like. And I'll put the link below. Every time someone joins, we play a crab dance. That's the tradition. So again, if you like my work, I'd be very grateful. And if not, you can also donate on PayPal. There's a QR code that I'll put up on the screen. With your the camera app on your phone. And yeah, again, I'm kind of, I know this is like the most inanimate plug ever. I'm kind of tired. I've been working all day on this article and then on top of it streaming. So yeah, I'm tired, but I have to plug the show. That's how I can keep doing what I'm doing. And again, the most important thing, please share the Yemen article, not for me, but for raising awareness. And I'd really appreciate it if you not just subscribed on YouTube, but if you also subscribed on Rockfin or Rumble or Odyssey, because we need to have a backup. It's very important that we have a backup plan in case they mess with my channel, you know, God forbid. It's really important. On Telegram, how many people are we on Telegram now? Let's see. We've got... not bad. 5,000. We hit over 5,000. Very good. So, for example, when I go live, if you're on Telegram, if you're subscribed to my chat or channel there, you would get a notification. Every time I go live, I let you know. So that's really cool. That's really cool. All the links, but everything I'm talking about, by the way, is in the chat and the description. I know you're not supposed to guess the links. Don't worry. In any case. All right, guys, I guess that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. and I'll have everything up for you in a bit. So, again, please read the Yemen article. Thank you for supporting the channel, and if you're new here, please subscribe. Thank you very much. Macarius says, we really appreciate you, Richard. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. You're very kind. Thank you all for the nice comments. You're very generous and very kind. I appreciate it. I was thinking I should basically start in the future. I should start the live streams before I actually talk about anything. So you can basically come on the live stream and watch me just staring blankly at a screen, like getting ready for an hour or something. How about that? Does that sound like a good idea? I'm actually wondering. I think some of you would actually like that. By the way, we got AMS who just signed up on Patreon. Thank you, AMS, for supporting my work and donating monthly. I'm going to play a crab dance for you. Everybody show AMS some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. The number 9 large.
we got him.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was really good. I'm sorry I haven't eaten anything. I was trying to sneak in a bite of hummus behind the scenes. Thank you, Claudia, for the Hold on, we've got an echo. I know. Calm down. I know. I'm gonna see like chat flooding now. I know Claudia, she put in this GTA, or I think it was. I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large. Ah, man. Again, thank you, AMS. I appreciate that. You know, I got a little laugh out of the crab dance, so that's cool. Again, I might just do I might just do a before and after where I'm just staring at the screen, and that's it. And when I talk, then I talk. Then I start with the politics. Hold on. Douglas, thank you very much for the generous donation on PayPal. You're very kind. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone else who donated. I'm sorry if I didn't get to read all the super chats. You guys have overwhelmed me, which is, a good problem to have. I try my best every time to read every single one. I do. So again, if I didn't get to go through each of them, I see some of you sent questions for Scott. From now on, actually, this is not something new, but usually I like to do that. So just remember this next time I have a guest on live. Send questions in the chat, and we'll put them together, and have
like Claudia send them to me or something. And then if she would be so kind to do that, and then basically we could have, you know, an additional Q&A. If I don't bore the guests to death already, you know, keeping them on for too long. But yeah, that would be cool. So thank you for John for the question. And sorry I didn't see it before when Scott was on. Thank you, Maria. You're very kind. Thank you, Jennifer, Sergey, Marvin, Sean, River of Life, Oxville, something daughter, Kate, Crazy Puppet, Unmeal, Oren XX, Jordan, Petersons. I'm not reading that. That's a vile username. I'm not gonna read the rest of it. Bella Gorbacheva, the Crazy Puppet again. Nerd Warrior, Daniel Lee, Laura Lee, Commando, Julian the Machine, Hassan, Basic, DC, Tony, Commando, Steven, Daughter again, Crazy Puppet again, Paul, Loner, Lana, Sebastian, Steven, Kevin, Flary, Marvin, Carrie, Lana, Haramia, Mail, Anas, and Macorius. Man, I can't even keep up. You guys are so kind. Thank you. You've actually overwhelmed me. You've managed to do that. And thank you, France, for the donation on PayPal. I just saw that. Thank you very much. All right, guys. I'm gonna knock it off. I will see you guys soon. Again, read the Yemen article, subscribe if you haven't, and take care. Ma salama. Bye bye.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for